And thank you very much, Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having this hearing. Thank you for being here, Mr. Hegseth. And I want to join in expressing appreciation and respect for your service to our country. And thanks to all the veterans who are here today. And thank you for your service as the ranking member of the Veterans Affairs Committee. I hope we can focus on doing better for our veterans and doing better in management of the Department of Defense. There's always room for improvement. I think what we need in that position is not just better, but the best in financial management, because those decisions are life and death decisions affecting the 3.4 million Americans who serve our national security and our national defense and put their lives on the line. I want to talk about financial mismanagement at the two organizations that you headed, which are the only test of your financial management that we have before this committee, the Veterans for Freedom and Concerned Veterans for America. You took over the Veterans for Freedom in 2007. In 2008, you raised $8.7 million, but spent more than $9 million, creating a deficit. By January 2009, you told donors that the organization had less than $1,000 in the bank and debts of $434,000. By 2010, revenue at the Veterans for Freedom had dropped to about $265,000. In the next year, it had dropped further to $22,000. You don't dispute these numbers, do you?
Senator, I'm extremely proud of the work me and my fellow vets did at Vets for Freedom. A bunch of young vets with no political experience, a small group, working hard every single day. We raised donor funds. And and we have letters submitted for the record from almost everyone that worked with me every single day, including our chief operating officer, who will attest that every dollar we raised was used intentionally toward the execution of our mission, which is supporting the warfighters, exactly why we're here today, the warfighters in the Iraq surge. There was a campaign in 2008, Senator. It was Barack Obama versus John McCain. We believe John McCain would be the right person to win, and so we spent more.
Tax returns from that organization.
I'm glad they're for the record.
I'm going to ask to be entered into the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
These tax returns are yours. They have your signature. And I'm going to ask that members of the committee review them because they're the only documents. I've asked for others. I've asked for the FBI report that would presumably document, it should have documented, this kind of financial mismanagement. And these are the 990s from that organization. By the year of 2011, donors had become so dissatisfied with that mismanagement, they, in effect, ousted you. They merged that organization with Military Families United, and thereafter, you joined a second organization as executive director.
In between, Senator, I went to Harvard University
I want to ask
for 2 years and
questions.
Afghanistan.
I want to ask you questions about Concerned Veterans for America. Again, another set of tax returns, the 990s from that organization. I ask they be made part of the record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, both of those returns are now part of the record.
2011 to 2016. At the end of 2013, shortfall of $130,000. At the end of 2014, shortfall of $428,000. You had a surplus the following year, but then another deficit of $437,000. By the time you left, that organization had deep debts, including credit card transaction debts of about $75,000. That isn't the kind of fiscal management we want at the Department of Defense. We can't tolerate it at the Department of Defense. That's an organization with a budget of $850 billion, not 10 or 15 million, which was the case at those two organizations. And it has command responsibility for 3.4 million Americans. The highest number that you managed in those two organizations was maybe 50 people. Let me ask you, how many men and women now serve in the United States Army? What is Sen's strength?
Senator, I would like an opportunity to respond to
Well,
the
I've asked you a
impugning
question.
of my leadership of
how
a
many men
veterans
and women
organization. Concerned
currently
Veterans for
serve?
America, you're on the VA committee, sir, and I appreciate your service there. The VA Accountability Act and the Mission Act were all brainchilds of Concerned Veterans for America. We used our donor money very intentionally and focused to create policy that bettered the lives of veterans.
Mr. Hegseth, I'm asking you a very simple question. How many men and women currently serve in the United States Army?
Senator, the United States Army, 450,000 on active duty, sir.
And how many in the Navy?
And the Navy is 425, sir.
Well, it's 337 this year. How many in the Marine Corps?
175,000, sir.
172,300. Those numbers dwarf any experience you had by many multiples. I don't believe that you can tell this committee or the people of America that you are qualified to lead them. I would support you as the spokesperson for the Pentagon. I don't dispute your communication skills, but I believe that we are entitled to the facts here. I've asked for more documents. I assume you'd be willing to submit to an expanded FBI background check that interviews your colleagues, accountants, ex-wives, former spouses, sexual assault survivors, and others, and enable them to come forward.
Senator, I'm not in charge of FBI background checks.
But you would submit to it and support it.
I'm not in charge of FBI background checks.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Senator Johnson. Welcome, Governor Noem, and thank you for being here. Thank you for visiting with me, and thank you to your family for their service as well. Let me begin on a high note, thanking Senator Hawley for his leadership on the effort that I led with him to essentially get some basic facts out of the Secret Service when we were investigating, Senator Johnson and I, as leaders of the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation, helping to lead it with the chairman and ranking member here. And I'm hoping that you've read our report and that you will agree to begin implementing its recommendations, which call for major reforms, in my view, a house cleaning top to bottom in the Secret Service, and greater transparency with this committee and with the American public.
Yes, sir. I will certainly work with you to do that and to work to make sure that we have that transparency and the committee has the information that it needs to do due diligence of its oversight.
Our investigation is continuing.
Yep.
Senator Johnson and I have discussed it, and we will be making more requests to pursue the fact-finding that is so important. I want to ask you about disaster relief. California is on fire. The fires raging there are going to leave destruction and devastation that is heartbreaking. I am really disappointed with some of the statements that President-elect Trump has made. For example, saying that, quote, we won't give him, referring to Governor Newsom, money to put out all his fires, and if we don't give him money to put out fires, he's got a problem. The specter is there of potential discrimination based on politics, withholding money from California or other states. It's not an unfounded fear. In the last administration, there were public reports about President Trump withholding money from the state of Washington because of his disagreements with Governor Inslee. Connecticut, like the rest of the nation, suffers from these natural disasters. Most recently, in August, we were hit by major flooding, And these natural disasters are going to become more frequent, as will be the need for the federal government to meet the requests for declarations of natural disaster. I assume you will agree with me that withholding disaster relief by President Trump or any other chief executive of the United States is a violation of his duty and of law.
Well, Senator, leadership has consequences. And looking at the tragedy that's happening in
I want to
California
ask you
is,
yes or no, with all due respect. It's an
what's
easy.
happening in California is the ramification of many decisions over many years. But under my leadership at the Department of Homeland Security, there will be no political bias to how disaster relief is delivered to the American
So if
people.
President Trump were to say to you, we're going to withhold money from Connecticut or Michigan or any of the states, Iowa, because we don't like the governor or we don't like the politics of the state, you would stand up to him and say, Mr. President, we need to allocate that money.
Well, Senator, in 3 days, President Trump will take an oath to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law in this country, and he will do that, and I'll be glad to have him back.
And I assume
don't
that's a
speak
yes.
to hypotheticals, which is what you're asking me to do, but what I will tell you is that as Secretary, I will do the same. I will deliver the programs as the
Well, it's more
laws
than a
dictate.
hypothetical, with all due respect, and I apologize for interrupting you, but my time is limited, as you know, as a veteran of these hearings. It's more than a hypothetical. It's based on experience with President Trump withholding money from Washington State and elsewhere. I need to know from you, will you stand up to the President and say, no, the Constitution and the Impoundment Act requires us, for example, to allocate the $100 billion that we have just appropriated in the last session to states like Connecticut, $3 million, Texas, $10 million, almost every one of the states represented here. Will you say no to the President if he withholds that money?
Sir, I don't know about the scenarios that you're referencing with President Trump, but what I will tell you is that if given the chance to be Secretary of Homeland Security, that I will deliver the programs according to the law and that it will be done with no political bias. And if the programs change or if you decide to change the rule of law, then I will follow that while adhering to the Constitution.
So you pledge to allocate and distribute that $100 billion?
According to how the program is written, with no political bias. Every American deserves to be there and have disaster relief the same as their neighbors.
Basically following the law.
Yes.
Let me ask you, Senator Peters asked you about homegrown terrorists. The New Orleans tragedy was the result of a homegrown terrorist born in this country, radicalized by ISIS. And it reflects the reason why the intelligence community, the FBI, almost all of our law enforcement has said repeatedly, domestic violent extremism is the most lethal and persistent threat to our security. That terrorist was radicalized by ISIS. The investigation is underway. We don't know all the facts, but we do know that he was a military veteran, and ISIS was responsible for radicalizing him. Shouldn't we focus on ISIS as a threat to this country's security?
Senator, certainly we should be focused on all threats to this nation's security. That's the mission of the Department of Homeland Security, and homegrown terrorism is growing. We have more and more incidences. The tragedy we saw and the terrorist attack in New Orleans.
What will you do to combat it? What will you do to stop ISIS and other extremist organizations from radicalizing people in this country?
Well, certainly, Senator, I'll continue to work with the administration and our partners and the Department of Defense, the intelligence agencies, also within Secretary of State and the other branches and cabinet officials to make sure we're bringing all resources to bear to identify and to stop these types of terrorist activities. What I would say is the cybersecurity and intelligence elements that we have within the Department of Homeland Security have been incredibly siloed. They have not communicated with other intelligence agencies like they should and partnered. INA has some interaction, but not enough. And we also need to have CISA have interaction with the FBI, CIA to make sure they're working together to stop these types of threats and identify when they're growing among our citizens and how they become
My time has expired.
radicalized.
This area of questioning, I think, is supremely important. I know there's a lot of focus on the border. We all want more border security. We want to stop migrant crime, but let's not take our eye off the ball. The governor of Louisiana for the Super Bowl ought to be really riveted on the potential for homegrown terrorism as a threat. And I hope that you will help him and other governors to do their duty to protect the people of the United States from that homegrown terrorist threat.
Thank you.
And sometimes it's outside.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. What I hear is a common theme. Veterans should have choices. Care should be timely, and it should be high quality. The most skilled professionals in the world ought to be available right away, especially in cases of mental health crisis, such as you experienced and your husband, Ms. Marge. And the best laws in the world demand accountability. The VA must be held accountable. And one of the best means of holding it accountable is an effective Inspector General. Would you agree, Mr. Eaton?
Yes, sir.
Firing an Inspector General sends a message on accountability, and it should be accountability not only for the VA, but also for dollars spent on community care. Would you agree with that, Mr. Eaton?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And right now, the Inspector General is barred from that kind of accountability when dollars are spent in community care. And they're scarce dollars. We can't afford to waste them. Whatever we think about the VA, at least there are means of tracking and record keeping there that often is unavailable when dollars are spent on community care. We spend a lot of time talking about VA facilities, wait times, for example. That data is transparent. It can be recorded, tracked, and acted upon, but that's not true in the private sector. Mr. Eaton, would you agree that there needs to be accountability in both the private sector and the VA?
I think when you consider access standards, what we've heard from veterans is even if they receive a community care network referral, they could be waiting perhaps longer than they would within the VA system, that 20-day mark. And so I think there's certainly opportunity to identify how we can ensure streamlined care throughout VA's entire integrated system, which includes the community care network.
That point is absolutely critical, that the wait times for community care actually may be longer in some instances, and we need to guarantee, again, the two systems have to be complementary, not competitive, that veterans are not delayed in the care they receive, because care delayed can be care denied, as Charlie's example shows so dramatically and graphically. And I want to thank you, by the way, Paige, for being here today. I know it's not an easy task to be here, and thank you for telling us, being the voice of Charlie's story. I want to talk about the hiring freeze. The hiring freeze was going to apparently deny positions being filled in VA facilities across the country. Doctors, nurses, attendants, technicians, the people who provide direct care. The administration may have walked back that hiring freeze insofar as VA facilities are concerned. We are still unsure, and clearly the hiring freeze still applies to essential core functions the VA provides. And I'm going to ask you again, Mr. Eaton, because your organization was so instrumental in providing care for Charlie, and your organization and Ms. Mathis provides services for veterans, thousands of them, across the country. Isn't this hiring freeze having a detrimental effect on the VA?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. As our team's analyzing the details of the freeze, looking at the exemptions, we note that critical roles like psychologist, social worker, marriage, family therapist, and licensed mental health counselors as of now are listed as exemptions. And so we're going to continue to work closely with warriors to hear their experience throughout the system so that we can step in if and when there's an area for us to support.
But if there are insufficient exemptions, it will have a deleterious effect. I assume you would agree.
Yes, the capacity and timeliness for care is definitely tied to provider capacity.
And the freeze on funding, that affects vital programs, including suicide prevention programs. Just give you one example. Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox Suicide Prevention Grant Program provides grants to community-based suicide prevention resources to meet the needs of veterans. You're familiar with it, Mr. Lorraine?
Yes, sir.
Including Easter Seals, for example, in New London, Tolland, and Windham counties in my state of Connecticut. That program now is frozen.
Yes, sir.
In terms of funding. That's a bad decision. Would you agree?
I think it freezes our ability. We connect to 235 veterans a week through the Fox grant. That's 235 veterans I can't connect to.
Thank you. My time has expired. I have quite a few more questions, and I hope the chairman will give us a second round.
Senator Cassidy.
Thank you. Mr. Golnick, maybe 3 years ago, we had testimony.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Patel. Thank you for being here. And thank you for visiting with me in my office at almost exactly the moment that you were talking to me. The Department of Justice was firing more than a dozen lawyers who worked with the special counsel, Jack Smith, simply because they were involved in that case. You've committed that the FBI will not be politicized. So here's your first test. Will you commit that you will not tolerate the firing of the FBI agents who worked with the special counsel's office on these investigations?
Senator, I appreciate the time to visit with you.
It is a yes or no answer, and it is your first test.
Senator, every FBI employee will be held to the absolute same standard, and no one will be terminated for case assignments.
And I'm not going to accept that answer, because if you can't commit that those FBI agents will be protected from political retribution, we can't accept you as FBI director.
All FBI employees will be protected against political retribution.
Those individuals deserve to be protected from Trump retribution. That was your first test. You failed it.
By saying all FBI employees should be protected?
That is a test of professional diligence, because it is the measure of whether you will stand up and say no to the president if he gives you an unlawful or illegal order. Let me turn to the J6 choir. You know who the J6 prison choir is, don't you?
It's been referenced earlier, yes.
And you know about the song that, in fact, you produced, you promoted, and you used to, as you put it, support, raise awareness and support for the political prisoners still locked in jail. Those J6 choir, were they political prisoners?
I don't know everyone in the J6 choir.
That's what you said.
That's
correct?
not how I read it, Senator.
This is your tweet. That's your whole statement.
Well, I'm
You
reading
won't
it now.
stand behind your own statements made in tweets, countless of them. As a matter of fact, as you put it to Steve Bannon on his show, then we went into a studio and recorded it, mastered it, digitized it, and put it as a song, now releasing it exclusively in the War Room. That was the J6 prison choir song.
And all proceeds were given away to charity to help families
And you
in
called
need.
them political prisoners. Julian Cater, do you know what he did?
I don't know who that is, Senator.
Well, he's one of the J6 prison choir.
You seem to know more about it than I
Identified
do.
in a court filing. And you're saying now you don't know who he is? You glorified him and the rest of that choir? He's the one who sprayed U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick with pepper spray. Officer Sicknick died the next day. Cater admitted his violence. He pleaded guilty to assaulting assaulting a political officer, a police officer. Do you believe that Julian Cater was a political prisoner?
Senator, I'm not familiar with this case. You seem to know a lot more about it than I do. And as I've said repeatedly, I will always utilize my resources to help Americans in need, which is what I was trying to do here. And I have never once advocated for political violence or violence against law enforcement.
Ryan Nichols. Ryan Nichols also pleaded guilty to assaulting a police officer. He was one of the J6 choir. He pushed the crowd against officers defending a door to the Capitol and sprayed officers with pepper spray. Was Ryan Nichols a political prisoner?
Same answer, Senator.
How about Jordan Mink, another member of the J6 choir?
I don't know who he is.
James McGrew, a political prisoner?
I don't know who that is.
James McGrew pushed and struck officers and launched a handrail toward them. And you glorified him. You promoted and produced a song to raise money for them. And you now want us to believe you don't know who they are?
No part of that song or anything I've done in my 16 years of government service glorifies or advocates for violence against law enforcement. And the fact that you would be willing to say that in front of these people in the American audience shows how much of a divide we actually have to restore a law enforcement that is constitutionally based, de-weaponized, and depoliticized. You have my commitment to do that. In your office, we had a lot of common ground. I'm committed to working with you on things like Section 230 and making sure the citizens of Connecticut aren't pillaged by Chinese fentanyl.
I welcome your statement, Mr. Patel, but it doesn't answer my question. And it doesn't go to your credibility in denying you know who these people are after, and I have to say, in this tweet and in others, I have a raft of them. I'm going to ask the chairman that they be made a part of the record. If there's no objection.
Without objection.
You glorified, you promoted, you supported these individuals. Ronald Sadlin, he struck an officer in the head, hand, and shoulders and grabbed another officer. Was he a political prisoner?
I don't know who that is, Senator.
Well, the simple fact is that you knew about the J6 choir. You knew what they did in assaulting and endangering police officers who sought to defend the Capitol on that day, were severely injured, and some, as a consequence, died. I think the FBI deserves better. The men and women in the FBI put their lives on the line every day. I've worked with them as United States Attorney for 4.5 years, and then as Attorney General off and on for 20 years. I've admired them for the 14 years that I've been in this body. I think they deserve better. Thank you.
As we turn to Senator Cruz, I'll notice that the statement that he has up does say without trial, and I think that plays some role in the context of that statement. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Senator Durbin, for your leadership. Thank you to my colleagues for their work. Many of us as federal prosecutors have spent a fair amount of time in this building. As U.S. Attorney, I work closely with the FBI. Let me say, no building in our nation's capital better deserves the American flag than this one, because the FBI agents who work here, put their lives on the line, risk everything for our country, are patriots and heroes, and they deserve better than Kash Patel, who promised, I'm quoting, all FBI employees will be protected from political retaliation. He said it under oath. At that very moment, he was involved in directing covertly the purging of FBI employees based on political retribution. At the very moment, under oath, he was denying that there would be any political retribution. And in fact, in the days that followed, top leaders were fired, and a lot of employees were given word that they would be let go as well simply because they were involved in a criminal investigation of Donald Trump to which they had been assigned. They did what they were assigned to do, and the result was political retribution. For all the reasons that my colleagues have outlined so well, and I think that, you know, there are just overwhelming number of factors that argue he is unprepared and unqualified. He has an enemies list. He has these foreign entanglements. He has talked about and glorified the January 6th rioters as political prisoners. There's no question he is unqualified and unprepared. The only question is whether my Republican colleagues will do the right thing. And let me say to Republicans who may vote for Kash Patel, this vote will haunt you. You will be held accountable. You will rue the day of this vote if it's in favor of Kash Patel, because the American people will hold you accountable, and we will make sure that the American people know about this vote. And with that, let me introduce Senator Padilla.
The first of our California delegation.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your willingness to serve, Mr. Feinberg, and welcome to the committee.
Thank you.
As you know, 5,000 probationary employees have been fired. The plan apparently is to cut another 75,000 Department of Defense civilian employees. You would agree with me that civilian employees often perform a very critical role for the Department of Defense.
Yes, I do.
And many of these layoffs, in fact, will undercut our national security. I've just come from a hearing of the Veterans Affairs Committee, a joint House-Senate hearing. I'm the ranking member on the Veterans Affairs Committee. Many of them are deeply concerned about their jobs in the VA and the Department of Defense. The position you've been nominated to fill oversees the entirety of the workforce and the civilian workforce at the DOD. My question is really simple. What do you have to say to the veterans at the Department of Defense whom Elon Musk is firing?
Well, we certainly have a cost problem, and addressing cost problems are difficult. Sometimes we have to make change to help an organization do better in the future. It has to be done thoughtfully. So I would say to those veterans, we got to make our Department of Defense stronger. We got to do hopefully we can do, the majority of cuts are coming. If I'm able to get confirmed,
But what I hear you saying, sir, is essentially, we don't need you. You're expendable. Your life of service is meaningless. And the job you're doing now is going to be roadkill.
Listen,
that's the message that is being sent to these veterans. And so I would simply urge you to take into account that these Department of Defense civilian employees were once wearing a uniform.
Totally understand, and it's something that has to be done the right way. But all these people are super important. But if you can't, every organization has turnover, has to make change. And if you don't make change, you can end up in a much worse position. So we can't endlessly expand the force. We have to sometimes make change. But to your point,
and you know from and I apologize for interrupting, but as you know, our time is limited.
Yes.
You know from all of your experience in the private sector that you just can't take a meat axe. You have to use a scalpel in determining who is necessary and not. And eliminating waste doesn't mean you lay waste to the Department of Defense. Let me move on to another topic, if I may. The United States military is the best trained and most effective fighting force the world has ever seen. We depend on our armed forces to protect us from hostile foreign powers. But unlike in countries where autocratic leaders deploy their military against their own people, the United States military is not a weapon to be used against Americans. Domestic deployment of federal armed forces is legally authorized under very narrow circumstances and only in the most extreme emergency scenarios. Would you agree with me that any use of the American military against American people should be an absolute last resort?
Yes.
I welcome that statement because the administration has implied, in fact, explicitly said that it may use the American military for mass deportations, suppressing protests, responding to crime in cities and urban areas. I hope those statements prove to be untrue and exaggeration, but I welcome your statement.
Well, I do have faith that President Trump will follow the law and do that appropriately.
Well, more than faith will be required. I think you will need to stand up and speak out and, if necessary, resign if you are asked to do something that you feel is illegal or immoral.
I don't believe President Trump will ever ask me to.
That's
carry
what
out
we
a
have
law.
heard again and again and again. And history, I think, is a fair warning to us about what we can expect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Scott, you've been most patient.
What's up? Hey, Senator. Just curious, when you're looking at government funding in particular with DOGE, Speaker Johnson was saying last night that he believes there would be carve-outs in a CR to account for spending cuts that DOGE has already made. Is that going to be problematic for Democrats? I mean, I doubt House Republicans will all support the
Well,
CR.
DOGE is decimating our federal workforce. You can't move people around like pieces on a chessboard without taking account of what they're contributing, their skills, their past involvement. I think DOGE is disastrously decimating the workforce in a way that can't be repaired by any kind of funding scheme. And the additional avalanche of cuts in workforce that are planned seriously endanger safety agencies like the FAA or the FDA or other health and safety agencies. And I don't know how you do a carve-out for safety.
Senator, you've been to Ukraine multiple times with colleagues on the other side of the aisle. What do you make of the rhetoric coming from the Republican side right now toward Ukraine?
I've been to Ukraine 6 times in the last few years, mostly bipartisan trips. In fact, all of my trips to Ukraine have been bipartisan, and support for Ukraine has been bipartisan, and it has to be bipartisan. I am deeply disappointed, in fact, disgusted that my Republican colleagues, most of them, have stayed silent and have failed to step up to the responsibility that they recognized 2-3 years ago when Putin launched his brutal, murderous assault on Ukraine, which threatens our freedom, not just his, because our security will be involved and our troops will be on the ground if Putin keeps going against NATO allies, which he will do if he swallows Ukraine.
What do you make of this emerging deal? Do you trust Republicans who are in power to broker a deal that is fair to Ukraine?
I'm hoping to meet with President Zelensky tomorrow. I want to know from him how he feels about this deal. It strikes me as extortionist, and I want to know from him whether he's satisfied with the kind of security guarantees he has. I want my meeting with Zelensky to be bipartisan so that my Republican colleagues can hear from him about how Ukraine's security involves ours and how extortionate tactics from this administration are endangering our security.
Is he going to be on the Hill, or where is this meeting in the works?
We're in the process of trying to arrange it now. I'm very hopeful that we can secure a meeting with President Zelensky. I've met with him every time that he's visited this country, and this time should be no different. But I've also met with him recently in Munich and in Kyiv before.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your willingness to serve, Mr. Phelan. I think you're very familiar with the firings that have taken place in the Defense Department already, the firings of some of the top military leaders, apparently based purely on an issue of political loyalty, not loyalty to the Constitution. Some of our most distinguished and dedicated leaders, including the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Chief of Staff of the Navy, Lisa Franchetti. Have you spoken to her?
I have not, Senator.
Do you plan to do so?
If confirmed, Senator, I'm happy to hear her views and understand her perspectives on things. She obviously did that. I was not privy to the releases of those people.
You'd
I've read
agree
the
with
same
me
thing
that
you read.
she is a dedicated officer with an extraordinarily distinguished record of contributing to our country.
Yes.
In addition, the administration appears to be undertaking a first wave, part of a purge, an 8% slash to both the budget and defense workforce. I view it as a breathtaking act of disrespect. The administration has branded these positions as non-mission critical, and I don't know whether you're familiar with a memo on the fiscal year 2026 President's Budget relook that reveals the staggering implications of these decisions. Within its pages, somewhat buried, is a list of proposed reductions amounting to an 8% decimation of the existing FY26 budget estimate submission. It's a cut of $70 billion from the $876 billion defense budget. And to put it in perspective, the Pentagon spent only $100 million on DEI initiatives and approximately $600 million on climate-related programs. So combined, these expenditures are only about 0.1% of the defense budget, and yet there is this huge slashing cut plan that will cause 72,000 personnel to be cast aside, along with spending cuts of upwards of $70 billion. Do you support those kind of cuts?
Thank you for the question, Senator. As I understand it, it is the budget, these proposed budget cuts were put in for planning purposes and then to basically redirect assets from non-war fighting elements.
That's why I'm asking you, do you support those cuts?
Senator, I don't have enough familiarity with them to tell you whether I'd support them or not support them.
Well, would you walk into a corporation, you've taken over many, and you've turned them around, knowing that already a decision had been made to slash your workforce by 10% indiscriminately across the board, and you had no say in that decision?
Again, Senator, I'm not privy to how they got to their conclusions on this or what they did or what the criteria was, so it's difficult for me to comment on it.
Well, would you walk into a situation in a deal, you've done many, you've turned around corporations where there was a 10% slash in workforce before you even started?
Again, Senator, I don't, it's a hard question to answer because I think typically,
you know, think that is probably a no. I don't think any expert business person in your line of work would do it. Would you agree with me that the concerns about politicization of our armed services are well-founded, given the kind of firings that we've seen?
Senator, I don't believe politicization should be in the military, and I don't believe those actions were politicization, but I don't know. Again, I wasn't part of them, and I've not had any discussions around them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Phelan, thank you for being willing to do this very important job, the Navy in particular.
Yeah. What do you? My guest is Mike Missile, recently fired Inspector General. And I think it's going to be contentious. And what I expect is he's going to hit all the usual themes, most of them vaguely tethered to the facts, but probably not very appealing to the American people.
Should Democrats create a spectacle here, outbursts? What do you say that Democrats may want to feel? It may be emotional in that moment. They may yell out to the president. What do you say to that?
Donald Trump is going to be the spectacle. I think a lot of what he's going to say is so false, so delusional, that all we need to do is let him go forward and then afterward present the truth. He's going to say that we're giving him hell, but all we're doing is giving him the truth, and he'll think it's hell.
And they're just on the pause on military aid to Ukraine. What are the implications now for the war and for Ukraine?
Suspending this military aid is going to create a military catastrophe and a humanitarian nightmare. It is the most irresponsible thing to do. This funding has been already appropriated by Congress and approved by the president. This president cannot withhold this aid legally or morally. It is despicable and disgusting. Whatever his views on President Zelensky, he is putting the Ukrainian people through a potential humanitarian catastrophe if Putin takes advantage of it, as he will. It is a betrayal of the innocent women and children who are without air defense. They'll be bombed and hit by drones, and the Ukrainian soldiers on the line who are holding back Russian forces vastly outnumbering them.
Is it illegal?
It is illegal. It's immoral. It's contrary to the law. And in my view, it's potentially actionable.
Thanks for your time. Appreciate it. What do you think of the way that Democrats conducted themselves in the chamber last night? With those protests, a member getting escorted out.
I wouldn't have necessarily done all the things that were done, but I understand the emotion. And Trump was so about bullying, boasting, blaming. I think he tried to incite that kind of emotion, and as much as I might have preferred a different style than I did, there's the emotion that comes with that kind of.
Do Democrats take the bait?
I think we need to avoid taking the bait, just as Zelensky might have been better to avoid taking the bait and reacting so pugnaciously. Trump specializes in inciting and baiting and bullying, and we need to be above it. The American people want to lower the cost of groceries. They want protection against crime. They want real needs to be met with real solutions. He's offering showmanship and bluster and bullying. We need to provide real solutions and avoid taking bait.
Senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, we are considering today a joint Senate Resolution 28 that sounds highly technical, complex, difficult to understand, and some may consider it so, but in fact, it would have the very simple, straightforward effect of undoing a rule that is vital to protecting consumers. It would undo the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's larger participants rule under the Congressional Review Act. I think most people by now know about the CFPB, Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which is in effect the top cop on the beat of reviewing big banks' activity to prevent consumers from being cheated, scammed, defrauded. And it's under attack by the Trump administration and, of all people, surprise, Elon Musk. Elon Musk's attack on this rule is not coincidental, as I will explain in just a couple of minutes. But to add insult to injury, our Republican colleagues are forcing a vote on this CRA to overturn CFPB's larger participation rule, which protects consumers as big tech companies rush into offering financial services. The big tech companies are getting into this business. Why? Because that's where the money is. This rulemaking allows the CFPB to supervise larger non-bank companies that offer digital payment services, including peer-to-peer apps like Venmo or Cash App. Again, sounds complicated, but really at its core, it is very simple. It means that the CFPB can protect consumers on Venmo and other apps the same way they do with banks. That's what the rule enables them to do. You're not a big bank, but consumers can still be protected if you fail in your duty to them. It's a common sense measure to deter misconduct and protect consumers. If this CRA attempt is successful, it will undermine the CFPB's efforts to crack down on peer-to-peer fraud, apps which are misused or abused. And that fraud has surged in recent years. To make it real, let me just tell you about my experience as chair of the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigation. I opened an inquiry into handling of scams and fraud on Zelle. Our investigation found that the level of reimbursement for fraud has dropped precipitously in the last 5 years from 62% to 38%. What does that mean? Reimbursement for fraud has diminished hugely in the last 5 years, even though the rate of fraud has probably increased. In other words, peer-to-peer companies like Zelle are not returning money. They are supposed to be giving back to people who are scammed on their app. Not only are consumers who have already been harmed by fraud and scams on peer-to-peer payment platforms not seeing relief, by rolling back the larger participants rule, the Trump administration is effectively telling tech companies that want to offer payments, do whatever you want. Floor is yours. No one will be watching you. No one will be enforcing reimbursements if you permit fraud on your platform. Now, just so everyone understands, requiring reimbursements provides a pretty strong incentive for any platform to police and prevent fraud. That's the reason why reimbursements are important in a more general sense. Obviously, they're important to somebody who's been defrauded. They want their money back. But the requirement that the platform provide reimbursements is a very strong and persuasive deterrent to lax and lackadaisical oversight by the platform itself. These platforms are speedy, they're quick, they're easy, and it becomes speedy, quick, and easy to lose your money. And most of the payments are irreversible. People watching at home may be wondering why Republicans are spending their time trying to roll back a common sense rule that will empower CFPB to protect everyday consumers from scams. Well, like I was saying a little bit earlier, you don't have to look very far for the answer. As with a good part of the havoc wreaked by this administration in the last month, follow the money, it leads to Elon Musk. In January, Musk announced that he is partnering with Visa to launch X Money, a new venture that would provide X users with access to a mobile wallet and the ability to make peer-to-peer payments. So this new service provided by X would be, in fact, potentially subject to this rule and requirements for reimbursement that, of course, would check laxity of oversight and force the kind of responsibility. It's really responsibility to consumers that these peer-to-peer platforms owe them morally. It ought to be a legal obligation, not just a moral one. The value of X has dropped dramatically. Another surprise, since Musk purchased it 2 years ago, with Fidelity estimating the value has declined by nearly 80%. And now, seemingly, Musk is desperate to turn a profit on his investment in X. The CFPB, which Musk has attacked, and now the administration is moving to shut down, will be one of X Money's regulators. In fact, its key regulator. So given the spike in scams, bots, and hate speech on X since Musk purchased the site, one can only imagine how prevalent scams are likely to be on X Money, especially with a diminished or no CFPB to regulate it. I know regulation's becoming a dirty word, but think of it as protecting consumers, preventing fraud that may be irreparable when it occurs, because consumers can't get their money back. The larger participants rule, if it is not repealed, would authorize the CFPB to examine X Money's books and records and look for illegal practices. CFPB would be at X's door asking for those records, overseeing their transactions, protecting consumers. No wonder Elon Musk doesn't like it. He's averse to transparency and disclosure as a matter of principle, and that's why he is trying to make regulation a dirty word. Hence, while Elon Musk continues to ride roughshod over the CFPB, Senate Republicans are doing his bidding today. They're attempting to overturn the rule he doesn't like because it would require more disclosure, more transparency, more responsibility, legally as well as morally, from X money, his company. So when you come right down to it, seems more simple than even I thought at the beginning of my talk here today. CFPB, through rulemaking like the larger participants rule, protects consumers from fraud, scams, and financial abuse. Every attack on the CFPB, we've seen a lot of them, including this one, the CRA, is an attack on common sense consumer protection. It's designed to benefit wealthy and well-connected, like Elon Musk, at the expense of everyday Americans. It takes away a protection to benefit Musk, who's already a multi-billionaire, and X money, and X, and it's at the expense of us, everyday American. I urge my colleagues today to vote against this attack on the CFPB and to vote no on Senate Resolution 28. Again, it may seem complicated. Before I came to the floor today, I was meeting with some media executives, people extremely knowledgeable, financially astute, involved in major American corporation. And I told them I was coming to the floor of the United States Senate to talk about the CFPB and the larger participants rule, and they looked at me as though I were from outer space. Americans are unaware, and they will be unaware until X money starts hosting scams, frauds, bots, and they're cheated or defrauded. And then they will wonder, why is there no protection? Why aren't you doing something? They will say to us in the United States Senate. And I hope they will hold accountable my Republican colleagues, anyone who supports this CRA, because it will dramatically reduce the enforcement power of the CFPB, anyone else, to help protect consumers from those frauds and loss of money, which they need now more than ever. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield. Unlawful. And we know that these reckless firings at the VA are not only harmful, but illegal, including the 2,400 already terminated at the VA and the potential for 80,000 or more that have been targeted by Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and Secretary Collins. And all I can say as a former prosecutor and State Attorney General is that I urge Secretary Collins and the Trump administration to comply with this court order. Failure to do so would be the height of irresponsibility and lawlessness. But we need to keep fighting for all of the dedicated veterans and the public servants who provide services to them by passing the Putting Veterans First Act. That's why we're here, and I am grateful as well to Senator Gallego for joining us, and others on the VA committee, other Democrats who have joined as co-sponsors. This measure is a comprehensive set of steps to put back to work veterans who have been illegally fired, make sure that the VA is properly staffed, provide protections in the future to veterans who may be in fear of illegal firings. The fact is that this bill is a call to action at a moment of crisis for all of our veterans, The VA's system of health care and benefits has been disastrously and disgracefully put on the chopping block by the Trump administration. Elon Musk's heartless and heartbreaking cuts, freezes, and firings are not just bad for the people who have been immediately affected, but for all of the veterans suffering real-life impacts. And we are seeing those impacts in real time. Surgeries that have been denied or delayed. The veteran crisis line, whose lines have been unanswered. The social work that is not provided to veterans. All of it in real time right now. So this measure is absolutely urgent now. And it would put back to work, rehire all the veterans who have been fired in all of the agencies of the federal government, rehire all of the employees of the VA who have been illegally discharged, provide everyone in the future with specific standards that have to be used by the VA's leadership, standards based on individual performance, not we don't like you anymore, but specifically attuned to the performance of anyone who is fired, and an appeals process for those employees, as well as protection of their data and information and all of the veterans' data and information in the VA files. Mental health services for anybody who is discharged. And this kind of protection should be not only for the veterans, but for military spouses, members of the National Guard and Reserve, survivors, and veteran caregivers. This measure is the first comprehensive protection for veterans against these abusive practices, and my hope is that it will be bipartisan, because there's nothing about veterans issues that should be partisan. The fact is, Elon Musk is disrespecting our veterans, disregarding their rights, disastrously putting them in jeopardy of lack of health care, lack of benefits, even after the PAC Act, when we came together on a bipartisan basis. And let me just say one more point. There are now close to 40,000 vacant positions in the VA, including more than 6,000 nurses, 2,500 doctors, 1,200 custodians, positions that the VA is trying to fill through recruitment. And at the same time, it's firing exactly those same kinds of people. How is it possibly going to recruit the doctors, the nurses, the social workers, when it is firing them without reason, without basis, to the detriment of veterans? It is a disgrace, it is shameful, and a disservice to all who have worn the uniform and who will wear it in the future. With that, let me turn to my colleague, Senator Sanders. I think you have some of the most important jobs in our military, maybe in our country, which is educating our future leaders. And they are leaders not only in the military, but eventually in their communities as well. And I think your job has been made more difficult by some of the recent talk about a woke military and some of the recent orders that you've had to implement, like the DEI executive orders, eliminating DEI content from your curriculum and campuses, which I think has a chilling effect on the discourse that takes place on campuses, which is really part of the educational experience. What young people say to each other, what they learn from each other, I think is as important as maybe some of the courses that they take. And I trust that you have faithfully executed the orders from your commander-in-chief to eliminate all the DEI content from your campuses and curriculum? I understand in the case of West Point, sir, you reviewed over 600 courses and you eliminated just 2 to come into compliance, which says to me there was not a lot of this extraneous DEI woke content in your courses. Is that a fair conclusion on my part?
Senator, and the review is still ongoing, given the time frame. We're in the validation frame. But of over 600 courses that were reviewed, 2 were determined to not be compliant with the executive order, and thus we eliminated those 2 courses. They were higher level electives that had a fairly small population of cadets that were enrolled in that. Excuse me, sir?
What were the 2 courses that were?
Sir, one was a history course and the other was an English course. Respectively, the population was impacted about 25 cadets in one course and 13 in another.
What was the title of the?
Oh, yes, sir. The title for the history course was it was HI 463, Race, Ethnicity, and Nation, and our English course, which was English 352, was Power and Difference, sir. And like I said, 25 cadets impacted in the history course, 12 cadets impacted in the English course.
Could you give me for the Navy, Admiral Davis, the equivalent information, and maybe for the Air Force as well?
Certainly, sir. Thank you for the question. Out of 870 courses that we reviewed, only 2 of them were canceled. They were NL 445, Gender Matters, and that's a leadership course, sir, and an English course, HE 374, Gender Sexuality Studies. We had a total of 18 other classes that we either needed to modify very minorly or make some subtle adjustments to bring it to compliance with the executive orders.
Senator Blumenthal, we're in the middle of our course review. So we've conducted a review of our 735, and we're doing a 2 sets of eyes on the review as we go forward. Of the 735, we have assessed that right now there are 55 courses that we've identified for further on analysis. Of those numbers, right now our initial assessment is 40% will require no change, 53% will require minor admin or reading change, and only 3 of the courses potentially for suspension. I have not made that decision yet, and once I do, sir, I'll follow up on the record with the names of those courses.
All of you could follow up. I know that this review may be ongoing, as you've said, General. I would appreciate knowing. You know, the reason why it's a somewhat impossible position, in order to teach about tyranny, you have to read books on Nazism, right? Some of the bad stuff has to be learned in order to avoid mistakes that have been made in the past. The military has an extraordinary and proud record of leading our nation on desegregation. It literally led the nation. And we should be teaching that history so that our military can be not only proud, but continue to lead the nation in its values and principles, let me just say it, of diversity, which is what you do. You are diverse, and you need to teach people how to deal with diverse groups that they will command, and inclusion, because you want to include people from different backgrounds and races and religions, and be able to lead them as well and do it equitably. So I'm very sympathetic to your dilemma right now, and I hope that the Congress can help you rather than hinder you with the kind of rhetoric that has become all too popular about woke military and all that stuff. I want to thank you for the great job that you are doing. I nominate every year people to go to your great institution. I wish all of them could be admitted, but I must say one of the most satisfying and fulfilling tasks I have is to do those nominations, because they are extraordinary, just exemplary young men and women. And thank you for helping to educate them.
Thanks, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Butt. I recognize the senator from Connecticut.
I'm honored to follow my colleague from Maryland who has described so well the reasons that we should oppose these tariffs, and thank my colleague from Virginia, Senator Kaine, who has demonstrated once again the leadership that makes him such a great member of this body. I want to begin, and I hope the presiding officer will forgive me, with a four-letter word. It's a word that I said to my children they should never use. Dumb. Dumb. D-U-M-B. These tariffs are dumb. They are also cruel, and they are stupid. They are imposed in the name of perhaps building manufacturing in this country, which they won't do, or in the name of raising revenue to cut taxes for the wealthy, which is adding insult to injury, or simply for vengeance. So much of what this administration does is for the purpose of vengeance and vanity. Careless, cruel, reckless. That's what these tariffs are, particularly as directed to Canada. Let's be clear. The tariffs proposed by President Trump are a tax. They are a tax. There's no tariff ever imposed in the history of the United States of America that has ever lowered prices. These tariffs will raise prices, and they threaten not only higher costs for everything from gas to groceries to rental housing, but they also deeply threaten a recession. I've been reading a book called Freedom from Fear, written by a great historian, a professor at Yale named David Kennedy. Freedom from Fear is about the events and the misdirection and mistakes that led our nation to the Great Depression. What began as a recession, what started as a Wall Street problem, became a global depression because the world failed to realize that even then our economies were connected and that tariffs could hurt all countries when all countries adopted them, when a trade war ensued, and a trade war now is what we face. Canada has long been one of our nation's closest allies and trading partners. We have a bond with Canada that goes beyond simple economics. Although, frankly, our relationship with Canada supports millions of jobs, protects the competitiveness of American businesses, and ensures our long-term economic prosperity. Our countries have countless trade and investment agreements, cross-border projects, such as communications, highways, bridges, pipelines, that have resulted in integrated networks and transportation system. We have a long-standing defense and security partnership, providing us with greater security than we could have alone. And we share a border. But the border is a symbol of a bond that our peoples have in common. A friendship that goes deep, a heritage and a culture that we respect. These bonds will be betrayed by a reckless trade policy the administration is pursuing and threatens to derail that valuable, in fact, precious partnership. These tariffs are going to hurt all Americans. We have, with Canada, one of the most comprehensive and important trading relationships. I go into the numbers. In 2024, Canada was the United States' second largest trading partner with $761.2 billion in total trade, largest single U.S. export markets for goods. Every day, nearly 500,000 people and billions of dollars in goods and services cross that border. But I want to focus on Connecticut for the moment, because Connecticut demonstrates what will happen to America as a whole. And I represent the people of Connecticut, and this regimen of tariffs will be catastrophic for Connecticut. Friends in Connecticut, listen to what these haphazard tariffs will do. Canada is Connecticut's single largest trading partner, accounting for 20% of our total trade in 2024, including 13% of our imports and 13% of our exports and 25% of our imports. Consumers in Connecticut already face some of the highest electricity prices in the nation, with an average cost of 28.16 cents per kilowatt hour compared to the national average of 16.26 cents per kilowatt hour. Connecticut and New York as a whole get a significant share of our electricity from cheaper Eastern Canadian hydropower. The 10% tariffs proposed on energy resources from Canada will directly impact and drastically increase those electricity costs. ISO New England has estimated that this tax would add $66 million in annual consumer costs. I hope President Trump will listen to the people of Connecticut and New England when it comes to electricity costs. Do not impose these tariffs. And the harm to Connecticut is far from limited to just energy prices. Some of the largest state industries, including aerospace, defense, advanced manufacturing, medical devices, all rely on trade with Canada to remain profitable. These industries source key production imports from Canada, including aerospace parts, critical minerals and metals, basic chemicals and petroleum and coal products. And in return, we export billions of dollars of goods to Canada. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people across Connecticut, jobs, employment, all stand to see their livelihoods threatened if this tax is allowed. And it will ripple across Connecticut. It will reverberate through the country, to the presiding officer's state, to Virginia, New York, Maryland, colleagues on both sides of the aisle. The cost of living in Connecticut will rise drastically. We already have one of the highest costs of living in the country. Taxing these goods will put an undue financial strain on individuals and families across Connecticut, but most important, on people who can least afford a higher tax, our middle income and lower income members of the workforce, working people in Connecticut who have to buy stuff depending on their paychecks, for groceries, for gasoline. A tax on those products will hit them in the pocketbook, it will hit their families, it will hit them at the kitchen table when they go to the drugstore to buy pharmaceuticals, when they have down payments on homes, on furnishings, across the board. So I am not here to make a speech. I'm really here to make a plea. Mr. President, please reconsider. These tariffs are fundamentally misguided. They are dumb. They are cruel, reckless, and careless. They play fast and loose with America's credibility around the world. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes on Senate Joint Resolution 37 and join us in trying to save the American economy and our credibility around the world. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President, I recognize the Democrat leader.
thank you, and thank my friend from Connecticut for his
Thank you, Senator Schmidt. First of all, thank you both for your service, and I join many of my colleagues in regretting your retirement. You both have been frank, informative, dedicated, and really models of public service, and I wish you well on behalf of all of us. General Cavoli, we've talked over the years about Vladimir Putin's murderous invasion of Ukraine. There's no question who the aggressor is here, and there's no question in my mind that the aggression, this murderous, bloody assault, is continuing with undiminished force against Ukraine. As you note very powerfully in your testimony, Russia is building its military strength. The Kremlin learns quickly and historically that it restructures forces as necessary. It's already reconstituting itself. It's tapping additional manpower and preparing to continue this assault, and at the same time, slow walking and playing us in supposed negotiations. I'm not going to ask you to comment on the negotiations. I recognize that your mission is military in nature, but I would ask you how you would characterize Russia's ability to recoup its material and personnel losses in Ukraine. Will it succeed in rebuilding after its losses, and what kind of threat does that represent to American security interests?
Sure, Senator, thank you. So if we divide Russia's rebuilding capability into two big blocks, personnel and equipment, I believe the personnel they'll be able to build as quickly as they want to. They continue to maintain a conscription. You saw that just last week, the Russian government announced its annual conscription drive. It increased by 10,000 over last year, 160,000 this year. With those numbers, they will be able to constitute the force size that they choose fairly quickly. Be a little tougher, take them a little bit more time to organize it into the sort of organizations that they have said they want to build after the war. They want to have an army of about 1.5 million, they've announced. They want to put a lot of it on the border of NATO and northeastern Europe. It'll take them a little bit of time to do that, but we're talking a couple of years. Equipment, that depends on how much more they lose inside Ukraine, sir. They've lost a vast amount of equipment inside Ukraine. They started the war with someplace near 13,000 tanks on active and in storage, and they're starting to approach near the end of that, near the end of the useful tanks in storage. So depending on how much more they lose, that will really determine how quickly they can regenerate. They have expanded their capability to produce some things, artillery shells, cruise missiles, tremendously. And they're producing some things such as one-way attack drones in prodigious numbers that they weren't even producing at all before the war.
And I would characterize that capability as offensive. In other words, they're not defending against a possible invasion from Ukraine. They are preparing for continuing offensive actions against Ukraine and possibly NATO allies if they are successful in Ukraine.
And I would add to that, Senator, that this is not just in the ground domain. They have long-range aviation that practices daily, moving out and doing strikes across North America. They have their strategic ballistic missile fleet, their road mobiles that are constantly out there, and they have their submarine fleet that's constantly out there. So it's not just in those domains. And then there is, of course, the cyber domain, in which they're very active. We can talk about in closed session, sir.
Just one last question, General, because I've heard from some of the critics of our military aid to Ukraine that there are significant numbers of weapons embezzled, stolen, missing from the aid that we're providing Ukraine. On every one of the visits, I've been to Ukraine 6 times now, I've talked to our military and logistics folks in Poland, and they are tracking virtually every bullet that we have provided to Ukraine, and there's no evidence whatsoever of this kind of misconduct or misappropriation of our aid to Ukraine. Would you agree?
Yeah, I do agree with that, Senator. There will be a challenge locating all of it later. You know, all of us have been in combat, realize that it's pretty easy to misplace things and to lose track of things. But we've seen no deliberate effort to transfer, sell, or steal weaponry. The Ukrainians are using it to defend their country.
My hope is that Russia will take seriously the efforts to peace and stop stonewalling and slow-walking negotiation. But right now, they seem to be playing us and playing for time. And I want to thank you again for your incredible service, both of you, to our great country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Senator Blumenthal on veterans.
Veterans and national security. I'm going to begin with a word that I told my children never to use, a four-letter word. D-U-M-B, dumb. These policies combine cruelty and incompetence in a way that is dumber than anything we've seen in recent history, maybe in the history of the United States. They will inflict pain. These tariffs are attacks on people who put food on the table, build homes, buy cars, have to purchase pharmaceuticals, but they also undermine our national security because they're imposed on our allies, on Europe, not on our adversaries or enemies as much as our friends, including, by the way, Israel. Now, on veterans, dumb applies with absolute force because what we're seeing is a war on veterans. And we're going to hold our Republican colleagues accountable. The message that we are hearing from veterans around the country is they are rightly fearful about the cuts in funding, the freezes in hiring, the firings that are occurring and hitting our veterans in real time with real impact.
Excuse me, colleague. We're supposed to be the tech people.
And we're going to hold them accountable. We're going to be offering amendments that will force them to vote. Our Republican colleagues are dreading these next days because they're going to be put to the test. And those votes are going to haunt them because veterans know that they need the health care that comes at those hospitals like the West Haven facility in Connecticut, others around the country that are shortchanged. There are now 40,000 vacant positions at the VA. Surgeons, nurses, counselors, janitors, schedulers. 40,000 open positions, and they're recruiting, supposedly, for those positions. At the same time, they are firing people that hold those positions right now. Makes no sense. And so veterans around the country are demanding what the VFW commander demanded when he came before our committee: stop the bleeding. We're going to seek through this next couple of days to stop the bleeding in veterans programs. We're going to make sure that Republicans are forced to answer what is happening right now at the VA, where the bleeding threatens everyday veterans. We heard from a number of them yesterday at the shadow hearing we conducted. Right now, the Veterans Affairs Committee is not demanding that Doug Collins come and testify. We're going to demand that he do it. And we're going to demand that President Trump reverse these cuts, freezes, and firings that are causing such irreparable damage to veterans around the United States. And I'll just say, I think we owe the American people an apology, all of us who voted for Doug Collins. It was a mistake. I did it. I'm not repeating that mistake. I put a hold on all VA nominees. And I think part of what we're going to do is demand health care be protected, especially mental health care, no more cuts in the Veterans Crisis Line, and the PAC Act benefits that we supported in a bipartisan way, protect those benefits as well. So we're going to be out there working hard, and I want to introduce my great colleague, the Senator. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for your testimony and your service to our nation. I want to begin on submarines. I was at the commissioning of the Iowa on Saturday. As always, with all the commissionings and christenings, a stirring and moving event, and a tribute to the great workforce at EB. I was talking to Mark Rea. I'm sure you're familiar with him, and he seemed pretty optimistic about the progress on hiring enough of the skilled workforce that are necessary in the thousands. Is that your assessment as well, Rear Admiral Rucker?
Thanks for the question, sir, and good to see you again. Good seeing you at the Iowa on Saturday. I will applaud you for being able to make it up there, given your schedule, I know. Yes, sir, I would agree. From 2022 to 2023, we saw across both shipbuilders about a 41% increase in their hiring. And in 2024, they pretty much met their goals. Our challenge now is to continue to work with them on their attrition. Those rates have come down since 2022. However, they're still higher than they need to be, especially in the 1 to 2 year workforce range. And so that's an effort that we are working together with them to address.
Is there anything you would recommend our doing in the NDAA to make possible or make more likely that workforce, meeting that workforce challenge?
Yes, sir. There are multiple things that we're doing, so I appreciate the question. I would say the workforce is one of the #1 things that is needed to be able to build the submarines and aircraft carriers. Wages is one of the top things, and so appreciate Congress's continued support and the funding that came in the emergency supplemental. The $5.7 billion of that, about $520 million of that is specifically to go after wages on current contracts across all 3 of our programs. And that's something as we move forward, we can hopefully be able to continue to do that so we can pay the people that do the work what they need to, should earn and deserve to earn.
They're in the midst, or they're beginning contract negotiations with a number of their unions, I believe, and I think that's very important to meet the goals and challenges of their workers in an era of rising prices and possibly even higher prices in the future. Let me ask you, if I may, on the subject of cost. Both the Columbia-class and the Virginia-class programs depend on nuclear-grade skill, high-yield steel alloys, other kinds of extremely specialized materials coming from a supply base that has shrunk over the last few years. I think in the 1980s there were 17,000 suppliers. Today there are around 5,000. Will tariffs impact the costs of producing our nuclear submarines?
Senator, thank you for that question. As I'm sure you're aware, the vast majority of the components that go, certainly into the Columbia class, but also the Virginia class, are American-made components. The Navy anticipates that there may be some cost increases associated with tariffs. However, it's really too early to be able to assess what those might be.
I'm sorry, maybe it's going to be up to the suppliers to determine what the...
No, sir. I mean, the Navy, as we have worked together with industry to evaluate what the, as costs change and go up or go down, depending on what market you're talking about. Again, it's all sort of rides, all the things we procure for the, certainly in the commodity space, like steel and things like that, really do ride on kind of what the market is, right? And so as the things sort of ebb and flow, our ability to work together with industry to be able to evaluate what the impact would be to our program specifically.
So we really don't know at this point?
We do not know, yes, sir.
Let me ask you, what is the timetable for the Columbia currently being constructed and the next two, if you can tell us?
Yes, sir. So lead ship, District of Columbia, right now, we are projecting it to be 12 to 18 months late to contract. However, we're taking action right now to accelerate and recover as much schedule as we possibly can. The second ship, Wisconsin, is currently on schedule. So we're on schedule to deliver that ship at the 80-month contract. The next 5 ships, we're really in the early construction phase of those, so we have not yet, we're not in a position yet to be able to evaluate where they are relative to the delivery schedule. However, all the activities that we have going on right now are all on track.
So just to be more precise, the Columbia will be ready in about 2027?
Sir, it'll be closer to 2029.
2029?
Yes, sir.
And the next, the Wisconsin, what year?
So Wisconsin will deliver in 2032, but I will.
2032?
Yes, sir.
And the one after that, the Groton?
So that, sir, would be in 2034.
2034. Let me, I recognize I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. Maybe if we have a second round and I can stay, I'll come back with more questions. Thank you.
Senator Sullivan. Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lohmeyer, the role of Undersecretary of the Air Force is not a platform for ideology or grievance. It's a demanding leadership position that's responsible for overseeing a budget, personnel, institutional integrity. It requires a strategic vision and, really importantly, managerial experience. That is to say, hands-on experience managing a major organization. I'm at a loss to see what in your background qualifies you to lead or actually run the Air Force when you've never led an organization that approaches this one at anything like the scale and scope of what you would be expected to do if you're confirmed.
Senator, thanks for the opportunity to address that. As I mentioned in my opening statement, I've spent time in both the Air Force and the Space Force. I was trusted with to be an aircraft commander on the $50 million F-15C air-to-air superiority fighter, and then later was placed in command of our $18 billion space-based architecture a decade ago. And in fact, that was my first foray into working with program managers, acquisition experts, and budget.
What is the largest number of people under your direct responsibility that you
Senator, at the time that I finished my career, I was a squadron commander, and we had just over 100 people in our unit.
100?
That's right.
And how many will you be responsible for if you're confirmed?
The Department of the Air Force is approximately 700,000 active duty Guard and Reserve and civilian personnel.
So 100 versus 700,000. How long were you in charge of that squadron?
I was a squadron commander for 1 year, Senator.
1 year. Is that the standard length of time?
It is not.
Why was it shorter?
Senator, it was cut short when I was relieved of my command for publishing a book that's been mentioned in this hearing that was advocating for a return to an apolitical military workplace instead of dividing troops along political ideological lines.
So this is very strikingly reminiscent of what we've heard before in these confirmation hearings, seemingly for the Secretary of Defense, who also, in effect, was relieved of his responsibility when he was running a veterans organization and, in effect, ran it into the ground, which should have been a warning for all of us, as it was for me and others on the committee, about lack of managerial experience being potentially a really grave pitfall. And I'm very fearful that we're going to see the same in others in the Department of Defense. There's no room for managerial misguidance or mistakes. again, let me ask you, what in your experience qualifies you for this job?
Thank you. I agree with you and share your concern. We have no room at this critical time with the threats that we face for our service secretaries and our undersecretaries to mismanage, to break the law, to not take the priorities of an administration seriously. And in fact, we need real leaders in place to make hard decisions about budgets and acquisition processes, major defense programs. We need them to make hard decisions about the nuclear modernization efforts that we have underway. And if confirmed, I'll take that very seriously. I'm a fast learner, and I'll surround myself with experts, including Dr. Mink, if he's confirmed, to try and solve those problems for the Department of the Air Force.
Would you use Signal?
I do use Signal, Senator.
To talk to others in the Department of Defense or the national security establishment about the plans for pilots in the Air Force to do military missions?
Senator, one of the things I've become quite good at over my 15-and-a-half-year career in the Air Force and Space Force is understanding very well that there are sensitive and classified materials that should only be discussed in appropriate platforms, and we have appropriate platforms and media for those communications.
So the answer is no.
Signal is an unclassified messaging app, just like other apps, although it's end-to-end encrypted. And so if confirmed, that's something you need to take very seriously in those roles. Yes, Senator.
Is your answer no?
My answer is that
Would not
I will use
Signal.
I will abide by the law, and I will make sure that any sensitive or classified communications are accomplished on the appropriate mediums.
But this is a yes or no answer. You would not use Signal, I assume from your answer. Yes or no?
I will use Signal for private discussions that are unclassified with friends or colleagues, as I always have.
So you would not use it to discuss missions that pilots in the Air Force, you're going to be
Correct.
Undersecretary of the Air Force,
Yes,
if you're confirmed.
easy commitment, Senator.
Would be flying in hostile territory, such as those pilots were when the Secretary of Defense used Signal on 2 occasions to communicate about those highly sensitive, confidential, potentially dangerous missions, putting pilots at risk. You wouldn't do it, correct?
Senator, you have my commitment. I will not use Signal to discuss those things.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. You know, I listened to you recite those problems that you encountered. Not a single one of them will be solved or addressed by slashing the VA workforce by 83,000 people. Putting those workers on the chopping block fails to address one single aspect of any of the problems that you have brought to this committee or that you encountered. Are you aware, Mr. Secretary, that the VA changed the way it calculates wait times in 2022?
The information I gave you was as of our current VA system.
The information you gave us is deceptive and misleading because the VA changed the way it calculates wait times in 2022. In addition, because it begins in 2021 at a time when a lot of VA patients were coming back to the VA after COVID in 2022. This information is fundamentally deceptive and misleading. I ask you to go back to the VA and correct it in a written submission to this committee. Mr. Chairman, I ask that we enter into the record an article that appeared in the New York Times entitled, "What Elon Musk Didn't Budget For, Firing Workers Costs Money Too." Are you aware, if there's no objection?
Without objection.
Are you aware of the costs that will result from firing those VA workers in compensation that has to be paid to them when they have been wrongfully terminated?
Well, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Ranking Member, if you look at that from a perspective, there's cost to moving forward. There's been some issues here. I think one of the
You
biggest
don't have a
things is-
number for us, do you?
No, because we've less than
Because you
one-half.
haven't calculated
Less
what
than
it will
one-half of
cost
1%
to
of the
fire
people we've
those
actually been fired.
workers and then reinstate them when the courts tell you, as they will, that they've been wrongfully terminated.
We're talking about less than 1/2%, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. You've thrown out numbers of thousands. This is exactly what I'm fighting against. When you
It may
use
be a
numbers that
small
are
part
not
of your
true.
workforce, but they are the physicians.
No,
They are the
no,
surgeons.
Mr. Ranking Member, I will not let you do that. I will not let you sit here and scare my veterans and scare my employees, because there's been you must have stuff that, again, you're looking at making a prediction in the future, because no one has discussed firing doctors or firing nurses. We have always said that we're going to keep frontline health care. Now, if we want to continue this message that these are out there when you have no knowledge of what you've just said, except speculation,
Let's begin with
and
facts
innuendo.
right now.
That is facts.
Will you submit to us, which you have failed to do, specific positions where workers have been fired already?
At this point in time,
Yes or no?
we've submitted to that. You also said something that I need to address real quickly. We have
Well, wait a second. Please answer my question. Will you give us the information?
We have given you the
We've requested
information
it
that is
again and
required.
again and again. What positions have you terminated, and what's your plan for terminating in the future?
Okay. First off, we will get you the information that our staff will check back with the plans for the future. This is an interesting thing. You would like I think what we're trying to do here is we're going through a process, which I talked about in my opening statement, that deals with career employees, that deals with professional staff, and others outside consultants to see what is the proper size for our VA.
You're running out
let
the
me answer
clock.
the question or
I
not.
know what the tactic is.
Let me
we
answer-
both know, because you served in the United States Congress too. You can fill the air with words.
You
but
can as
what
well, sir.
veterans deserve is action and accountability. We've asked for this information repeatedly. You've said you are firing 83,000 people. If you fire the people who have been hired in the last 5 years, you will be firing physicians, nurses, surgeons, counselors, workers who are front line. You cannot slash and trash the VA without eliminating those essential positions which provide access and availability of health care. It simply cannot be done. And you may give us a lot of verbiage here, but you're not giving us facts, and facts are essential to accountability. That's why you're supposed to be here, but you're not giving us the facts that we need. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With all due respect, can I answer his question?
You may answer.
Thank you. With all due respect, there's verbiage being said from the dais as well. And dais that I would like to say, as I have said already in this hearing, that there is a goal of looking at a 15% reduction. You have stated on several occasions already that I'm saying we're going to fire 83,000 employees. That is wrong. I would appreciate that being corrected, because that's not true. I said we're looking at a goal of how many employees we have and how many employees that are actually working in the front line taking care. I have doctors and nurses right now that do not see patients. Is that helping veteran health care?
Yes, it
no,
does.
No, it does
does.
not.
A
Not when I
doctor
need
who
those doctors.
consults on a
Not
case,
when I need those doctors in a clinic.
A doctor who consults, a doctor who advises, a doctor who looks at radiology reports, a doctor
you're missing
who
the point.
is overseeing and assuring quality. Absolutely, yes.
Senator Tuberville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Collins, for being here, and thanks to the veterans that are here.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Secretary Collins, you've just told Senator Banks that you're going to give us the information that you have. You have failed to give us the information that you should have, or you do have, and you're declining to provide it. The numbers of specific categories of people whom you plan to fire, the contracts that you have canceled or that you plan to cancel. I'm going to ask you to provide that information in written form. I'm not going to get into an argument with you here, but just so you understand, I think that a good portion of the questions that you've been asked, frankly, you just haven't answered. And I'm hoping that you will provide those answers. Let me tell you one fact that I think we do know, and that is that your goal is to fire 15% of the VA workforce. You've said it again and again and again. I'm going to ask that a list of your quotes be put into the record, most recently to the Arizona Public Media, AZPM, on May 1. that, quote, I said there was a goal of 15%, which if you do the math is about 80,000. What I take away is you've got a goal of slashing 15% of the workforce come hell or high water, and you're going to figure out whom to fire as you go along. And that means frontline people who have been hired among those 50 or 80,000 people. And I have a list right here, which I'm also going to ask be entered in the record. They're numbers. They're real people. We're talking about, for example, 18,000 registered nurses and 5,000 social workers. Those are increases of 20 and 25%. Those are frontline people who've been hired. The total number is approximately 17% increase in the VA workforce. They are schedulers, physicians, police, psychologists, registered nurses, social workers, and 31% of them are VBA. You fire those people. Your goal is to fire 15% of the total workforce. They're among them. You're going to lose quality. You're going to lose time. There's no way around it. Now, I welcome your commitment that the savings, you just told Senator Banks, will go into care for our veterans, but that's not what you said on April 17th. You said that, quote, that'll be up to the president. Now, I don't know which is true, but I hope that the savings will go into caring for veterans. But is that your commitment now?
I think, one, I would like to see the context of that quote and where it was actually put. I think the issue here is today is look, Senator, I think this is where we got. It's not right to stand here today, because I actually think there was a quote from others, and I won't say you specifically, but there's been others. It says, we're going to take 15% of doctors, 15% of nurses, 15% of mental health. That's just wrong. It's almost cruel.
It would be cruel. It would be cruel if it happened.
It's not happening.
Let me just.
By even repeating it, though, you're letting my workforce know which are going through the process. If you were going to reorganize your office, would you just stand up in a staff meeting today and say, here's the 16 people we're discussing right now?
These are your words. These are your words in Tucson on April 30th.
Okay.
In KOLD News, April 28th. Script News, April 21. Spectrum, Local News, April 9th. Detroit Free Press, April 1. Collins told the veterans that cutting 80,000 people from the department is a goal. On April 9th, first off, 15% is a goal. Let me just go on, because the record is there.
It is. Nobody's denying you, Senator. I'm not sure the point you're trying to make, because I have said it is a goal, but I've also said it may not actually get to that number. It is what the process we're going through, and I'm not going to work out a process in front of a committee or anywhere else in which we're still in the deliberative process, because at the end of the day, with 470,000 workforce,
the goal is a
incompetence.
DOGE
That
goal.
is malpractice for me to do that in front of a committee. I'm not going to scare people, but I've also made the commitment that we're going to make sure that our health care is provided for, that our people are getting their disability benefits, and what we're seeing right now, whether you agree with the numbers or not, those failed when we added billions of dollars and thousands of employees. That's the part we can't get away from. And I'm willing to work with you in any way to do that.
You responded to Senator Sullivan's question about capping certain attorneys' fees for the Camp Lejeune victims. Are you aware of the Ensuring Justice for Camp Lejeune Victims Act that Senator Tillis and I have offered to put caps on attorneys' fees?
No, but it should have come a long time ago. I don't know what took so long.
Well, will you support our legislation?
I haven't seen the legislation, sir. I don't comment on things I've not read.
Well, instead of just putting out a
Senator
scam,
Sullivan on it?
instead of putting.
I was just curious. Why wouldn't Senator Sullivan be on that bill?
You know what?
I'm just curious. Because, I mean, it would help me out, because we've actually seen this play out, and
Well,
I'm not going to let the veterans be duped into paying 70%.
I don't. Maybe you can talk to Senator Sullivan and he'll join the bill. But I'm asking for your support.
You please, I will take a look at your bill and see what we can do.
You're
I'll
not
be happy.
aware of it?
Excuse me?
You're doing a scam alert. I would suggest that maybe the way to really help veterans is to support
Are
legislation
you
to put
denying
caps on it.
that this is happening? Because if not, I have
The
paperwork
reason,
here. You're asking
you
me to
know,
support a bill that I've never read, sir, and that's just not fair.
I'm going
I'll
to
be
take a
happy
little
to
more
read your
time
bill.
because he seems to feel that he's asking the questions here. I'm happy to continue the conversation on this
Senator, let me
point.
see if I can sum this up. I think the Secretary has said he will take a look at the bill.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a bill that you don't know anything about, so you can't say whether you're for it. And Senator Blumenthal is happy to have your support after you look at it.
Correct.
Well
Thank
said,
you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The chairman
Let
comes
me
first.
ask
Thank
you, Secretary Collins, I just have a couple of quick questions for you. Will you commit to provide privacy for telehealth professionals doing mental health care?
We have already done that, sir. Anything on our return to work policy, if they're actually put in a position where they do not have privacy, it's against the policy of return to work.
Do you
and they will be
deny
made-
the accuracy of the New York Times?
Oh, very much
report?
so. And I'll be happy to provide you everything. They were contacted. Everything that what it showed is that our systems were working. And when anything that they actually reported, by the way, we asked for veterans where care had been affected by that. They could not produce a single one. In fact, the New York Times even produced of overworked, crowded conditions. They sent our press people to empty rooms. So yes, I do deny it.
You deny it. Will you
Take a look at
provide us a factual refutation of it, not just?
We can, and we also did it. I think we're actually putting that on social media today. So yes, we go line by line. I take every one of these seriously, sir. I take every one of them seriously. ProPublica, you mentioned it earlier, New York Times, and yet we answered them one by one by one, and I have the email chains with the reporters that they choose to ignore. That's what we get.
Well, I welcome that you are committed to providing privacy and that you will provide a line-by-line refutation of the
We
New
always
York
have them,
Times.
sir.
Will you do the same with ProPublica?
We have that as well.
Let me ask you, have research contracts been canceled or frozen?
Research contracts are right now under the ones that are continuing are still continuing. If they were run out, then we're on a 9-day policy to consider where they need to be continued or not.
Is that a yes?
I mean, I can't answer your question any better than that. The continuation of contracts are happening right now. Research, there was some, by the way, as you well know, that they do run out at a 3-year cycle. We've actually held on to
So you
those right
haven't
now.
canceled any?
No, not at this point, no. Not that I'm aware of in that situation. If you want to provide something, we're happy to look at it.
Have you frozen any? In other words, before the expiration of the 3 years?
That I would have to look at. I don't believe so, because that's one of the reasons why we put the 90-day policy in.
Mr. Secretary, is Medicaid important to veterans?
Give me the context, Senator. I mean, it's
Well,
important for
do
anyone.
veterans
Yeah.
take advantage of the Medicaid program?
That's a conversation that's been going on for a while now concerning the Medicaid Advantage plans and the ones that are.
No, I'm
the
talking
discussion.
about Medicaid, not Medicare Advantage.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll have to. I mean, I'm
You
not
don't
sure.
know
I'm
whether
not sure where we're going
veterans-
with this. As
No,
far as
no.
veterans.
Veterans use Medicaid? You're not aware
Yes.
of that fact?
Yes. I mean, I understand what the Medicaid process. I'm not sure what your question is.
Well, my question is Medicaid important to veterans?
It's important to everyone who uses it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blumenthal, thank you. Just a couple of wrap-ups from me, Mr. Secretary.
Senator Kane, Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Congratulations to both of you. Mr. O'Keefe, I led the passage of a measure called the Xavier Sanders Act, which is named in honor of a young sailor from Connecticut who took his own life while serving on the USS George Washington. His ship was in maintenance. He was enduring unacceptably poor living conditions while the ship was in for repair. Too many junior enlisted service members have been forced to live aboard vessels while they're under repair without air conditioning, without meals, without rest, effectively, and with limited access to amenities and mental health support. So the Navy now has expanded authorities to provide sailors with a basic allowance for housing as a result of this act. They can live in commercial housing. They have increased access to mental health support. No service member should suffer as Xavier did. I'm still in touch with his father and his family and other service members. I'd like your commitment that you will fully support implementation of the Xavier Sanders Act.
Yes, Senator, absolutely. And it was a privilege to work on that legislation with you. I do think it's a great case study. I know your office worked with the Navy and in working with that too. It's a great case study in where the Congress and the Department of Defense and the services, when working together on a problem, can really come up with some very effective solutions. So thank you for working on that.
Thank you. And I'd like a commitment, if you're confirmed, that you will send me a report on the usage of these authorities, say, by the end of the year.
Absolutely. Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Mr. Obadal, I know you've served in the Army for 30 years and then left for the private sector. The company where you are now, Anduril Industries, is a major defense firm with millions of dollars of contracts with the DOD. Will you commit to sell the stock that you own in that company?
Well, Senator, I appreciate the opportunity to address that. I believe in two things, I think, that I share with members of this committee, and that's transparency and very strong ethical guidelines. And as with every potential senior government official, I've gone through an exhaustive process with the Office of Government Ethics, and they have done a thorough review and presented me with the guidelines. I will abide by all of those guidelines, and as I always have, I will abide by the law.
That a yes or a no?
Well, Senator, my restrictions and my recusals are laid out in my agreement with the OGE.
My understanding is that you're not selling the stock. Is that correct?
So that is detailed in my agreement that I will retain that.
If you're not selling the stock, doesn't that create an appearance of conflict of interest?
Well, Senator, under Section 1117 of the 22 NDAA, I am recused writ large from anything having to do personally and substantially with my former employer.
Well, I'm not asking you whether you're recused. I'm asking you about the appearance of continuing to own stock in a company that has major contracts with the DOD, where you're in charge of essentially administering the Army, and the interests of that company could be affected, whether or not you're recused from the specific approval of the contract. It still is an appearance of conflict of interest. I'm not going to debate with you, but, you know, in this administration, it may seem minor as a conflict of interest, given that the President of the United States is selling crypto and inviting people to the White House who buy his meme coin and making hundreds of millions of dollars from transactions in that coin. I think he has lowered the bar irretrievably, but it still is really regrettable. Let me go on to another topic. I understand that there may be a parade on June 14th to celebrate the President's birthday. Do you support that use of 30, 50, perhaps $60 million for a parade to celebrate the President's birthday?
Well, Senator, I can only comment on what I've seen. I do not understand. I don't know the costs of a parade. What I do know is that the Army is celebrating its 250th birthday on June 14th with a parade that will showcase soldiers and provide a level
what
of
amount
access.
of expenditure would be appropriate in your view?
Well, Senator, I can't comment on that because I'm not in the department, and I can't make an assessment on the effects and
Let
the
me ask you
access that the public
hypothetically, wouldn't it be a better use of Army funds for training, for care of the troops, for housing, not to mention thousands of veterans who have been fired from the VA, supposedly to save money? Wouldn't those be better uses of that money?
Well, Senator, I'm not going to engage in the hypothetical. What I will say is that the military, the DOD writ large, does a number of things like this to increase awareness and to use as a recruiting and appreciation tool for the citizens of the United States.
I'm
So
not
air
against
shows and
celebrating
parades.
the Army's birthday. What I would ask you to oppose is the use of anywhere from $40 to $50 million, as has been publicly reported. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Florida is recognized.
Mr. President, the nominees that I will discuss today were approved by the Armed Services Committee with bipartisan support. Republican and Democrats agreed that they are qualified and ready to serve. President Trump was elected in a landslide, and the American people expect and deserve our support in getting his agenda accomplished. President Trump and his administration are working incredibly hard to bring back the United States policy of peace through strength, and to ensure our military is a respected and lethal fighting force. This is not an easy task after President Biden's weakness allowed our enemies free rein while our military leadership was distracted with being woke. President Trump needs his full team in place to deliver on his agenda to restore our nation's military to focus on the warfighter. To that end, I ask that we move to consider the following nominees. First, I'll ask that we consider Dale Marks to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense. Mr. Marks is a former fighter pilot and combat wounded veteran. After his distinguished military career, he continued service in a civilian capacity, where he rose to the ranks of the Senior Executive Service. He is currently serving as the Executive Director of the 96th Test Wing Air Force Material Command at Eglin Air Force Base in Florida. The position he is nominated for is essential to ensure that our military installations remain strong, our energy policies support mission success, and our environmental strategies enhance, not hinder, operational readiness, and support peace through strength. I urge the Democrats to drop their misplaced stall tactics and allow for his immediate confirmation. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination: Executive Calendar Number 109, Dale Marks to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense. The Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. The motion to consider be considered made and laid upon the table, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reserving the right to object, I appreciate my colleague from Florida asking for a competent team of professionals at the Department of Defense. We all want the Department of Defense to be managed efficiently and effectively. It's vital to our national security. What we have right now is chaos, literally confusion, turmoil, turbulence, in part because we have a Department of Defense that is unaccountable. Last Congress, I led a bicameral letter to then Secretary Austin demanding answers after a GAO report found significant failures in barracks facilities across the country. Billions of dollars have been poured into installations for housing and infrastructure improvements. But again, those investments are being undercut by the mass layoffs we see right now at the Department of Defense. We expect Mr. Marks to manage the entirety of the installations and environmental programs at DOD, but the administration, in effect, is undercutting him at every turn. This Secretary of Defense has created that chaos. He's shredded the department's report on climate change, despite it outlining the serious implications it will have on the military in the coming decade. I wonder whether the Secretary has actually visited Guam or Alaska and seen the effects of climate change in either place. I wonder whether he understands the equipment, the electronics, the ammunition that are required and that themselves require special storage and resilient infrastructure if we expect them to perform in combat effectively. As climate change creates more challenging environments for our warfighters, the DoD should be leading the charge in research and adaptability. I feel especially strongly that the DOD in firing its scientists and throwing research in the trash is betraying the values and principles that the Secretary ought to be fighting to uphold. Mr. Marks will be responsible for all of it, yet the Secretary hasn't the slightest idea of what he is doing in these areas. We questioned him for more than 4 hours during his hearing at the Armed Services Committee, that is the Secretary, and we all knew that he was the least qualified Secretary of Defense in our history. And 4 months later, sadly, unfortunately, we can say confidently, we were right. What he is doing in slashing personnel, the experts, the scientists, is the reason that I stand here and say that we cannot accept Mr. Marks shortcutting the proper process that provides for debate on all these issues, and therefore I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
I'm not sure I understand my colleague's objection. These are well-qualified nominees. They enjoy bipartisan support. There are several more nominees waiting. But it's obvious. My colleagues across the aisle will do everything they can to undermine President Trump's agenda and delay these nominees. Next, I would like to consider Keith Bass to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense. Mr. Bass, a retired U.S. Navy commander, is also a member of the American College of Healthcare Executives, the National Rehabilitation Association, the American Counseling Association, the National Association of Alcoholism and Drug Abuse Counselors. Prior to nomination, Mr. Bass served as Medical Center Director for the West Texas VA Healthcare System. The role Mr. Bass has been nominated to oversees a military health system, has 9.6 million beneficiaries entitled to care. The military health system is currently undergoing many reforms to improve efficiency, increase readiness, and deliver better care. I urge my colleagues to allow for his immediate confirmation. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination. Executive Calendar 70, Keith Bass to be an Assistant Secretary of Defense, that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Connecticut.
reserving the right to object, I once again agree with my colleague from Florida. We have worked together in a bipartisan way for years now, and I appreciate his leadership on the Sea Power Subcommittee, where we share a number of interests. I fear that the chaos at the Department of Defense, due to the slashing of positions, the confusion caused by ideological interventions that are harmful, reckless, and unnecessary, that those kinds of downsides and defects in leadership will hurt the military families, and in particular their access to health care. TRICARE provides for the well-being of our service members, their families, and loved ones. Mr. Bass has a long service record, but this administration is undercutting his potential work, and we deserve to debate it on the floor of the Senate without unanimous consent, without shortcutting public accountability. The administration now in charge of the Department of Defense should be held accountable for exactly the health care interests that Mr. Bass will have responsibility for advancing, and therefore I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
The President deserves his national security nominees today, so let's see if we'll consider this one. Brandon Williams to be Undersecretary for Nuclear Security, Military Health System. Mr. Williams is a former nuclear submarine officer. During his service, he made 6 strategic deterrence patrols. As a strategic military officer, was a nuclear weapons safety officer, nuclear weapons security officer, and nuclear weapons radiological control officer. Pretty competent. This role is responsible for the maintenance of a safe, secure, and reliable nuclear stockpile. Confirmation is critical to President Trump's peace through strength and strategic deterrence agenda. Hopefully my colleague will see the wisdom in allowing this confirmation, this individual who's clearly qualified to be confirmed today. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination. Executive calendar number 107, Brandon Williams to be Undersecretary for Nuclear Security, that the Senate be to vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On this one, I think the stakes are particularly high. At the Department of Energy, the DOGE Musk cuts led to hundreds of employees being fired. They were responsible for overseeing our nuclear weapons stockpile. That set of moves caused a massive counterintelligence disaster and a logistical train wreck. After realizing these employees were indispensable, the agency begged for them to come back. Billions of dollars have been poured into this program, and what we have seen now is the whirlwind, the confusion and chaos caused by this mismanagement. We need full accountability. We need more facts, which we have been denied. Our Armed Services Committee, along with other committees, should be looking into what the consequences were of those DOGE slashing and trashing steps that put our nation in jeopardy. We're not going to have it if we proceed to this nomination with unanimous consent, shortcutting public debate, and therefore I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
The senator from Florida is recognized.
One final chance. I hope my colleagues can agree to be that we have at least one critical nominee today approved. So let's consider Bradley Hansel to be Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. Mr. Hansel is a former Green Beret, Senior Director on the National Security Council staff, and has previously received bipartisan support. He will be responsible to exercise the Secretary of Defense authority, direction, and control over DIA, NGA, NSA, NRO, and the Defense Counterintelligence and Security Agency. His confirmation is critical to the President's peace through strength agenda. I once again urge my colleague to allow for the nominee's immediate confirmation. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination. Executive calendar number 108, Bradley Hansel to be Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security. That the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate. The motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table. That the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut is recognized.
I wish I could agree to unanimous consent on this nominee. And as my colleague from Florida obviously understands, the issues here are bigger than any one of these nominees. The issues are more consequential than the careers or advancement of any single member of the Department of Defense team. This secretary seems more concerned with his own public image than the safety of our service members, because he has violated basic security protocols. We're talking here about an official who will be responsible for securing our national intelligence. When this secretary, in effect, has jeopardized them through actions that are currently under investigation. How is the person responsible for the Office of Intelligence and Security at the Department of Defense supposed to do their job when they face the most serious counterintelligence threat in recent memory from within the Department of Defense? Elon Musk's firing put thousands of highly qualified people out of a job, Many of them possess security clearances and knowledge of the department's most sensitive program. Their service is vital to our national security. Thousands were fired without cause. Our adversaries couldn't be happier, and they may be profiting from those mistakes right now. These cuts come at a time when we are prioritizing, here in the United States Senate, funding to expand our nuclear triad and to counter China's growing nuclear capabilities. And these workforce reductions undermine our goals across the board in the Department of Defense. We need to provide personnel for program oversight, supply chain management, cybersecurity, other critical functions. And so I think we need accountability. We need the facts. They haven't been forthcoming. I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from.
So at some point, this has got to change. We have presidential elections every 4 years. Our president got elected. President Trump got elected whether people like it or not. He deserves the opportunity to put his team together and act as the president and put his agenda in place. This idea that both parties sit here and delay nominees, the ability to put teams together, doesn't make any sense for the future of this country. This is not a time there's no risk in the world. And so at some point, we're going to all have to come together and start accelerating this. We have so many nominees, whether it's a Republican or Democrat president, we have got to allow these nominees to get through and get confirmed in a much more expedited manner. Otherwise, none of our presidents are ever going to get in the position that they can never put a team together during their 4-year term. Thank you, Mr. President.
I hear from the other side is essentially give the president whatever he wants in the name of his having the prerogative, and he should name his own team. But we have a responsibility. It's a constitutional obligation. Advise and consent is more than just saying, give him his own team. If we'd been responsible in this body, if my Republican colleagues had stood up and spoken out as they should have done, we would have a different Secretary of Defense right now. It would have been unnecessary for the Vice President to come here and break a tie. We would have a more competent Secretary of Defense. That's the mindset that got us where we are today. And that is the reason that I have lodged these objections. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, let's remember what we just did today. This is not the confirmation of the Secretary of Defense. This is confirmation of very competent people. No one can question the competence of these 4 people. No one does. All right, these are competent people that have served our country, that will do a great job. So what we're doing is we're saying because some people don't like our Secretary of Defense, that we're not going to allow the president to put a team together of very competent people. So what we're doing is now we just have acting people that none of us get to vote on. None of us get to question until they come to committee. None of this makes any sense. It's not helping us put together a team and holding people accountable. So thank you, Mr. President.
What they do every day and how important it is.
Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you. Secretary Noem, on May 5th, the Customs and Border Patrol, Border Protection, CBP, quietly rescinded, I'm not sure it's even been reported, their, quote, processing of pregnant and postpartum non-citizens and infants, end quote, policy, which was issued on January 28, 2022, citing it as, quote, obsolete or misaligned with current agency guidance and immigration enforcement policies. That January 28th policy memorandum followed years of inadequate care documented by a report from the Inspector General of the Department of Homeland Security showing that the treatment of pregnant, postpartum, and nursing women and infants was just horrendously and horrifically inadequate. And a recent site visit by Senate Judiciary Committee staff confirm that this problem is continuing, that pregnant women being detained do not have access to adequate health care. Do you agree or disagree that babies and pregnant women within CBP and ICE custody should receive care that are tailored to their specific needs? And why, in God's name, would that policy be rescinded providing that care?
Well, Senator, I will look at the specifics of that policy and what was changed as of May 5th. I would say that everybody that's incarcerated or is brought into custody and is in a detention center is receiving appropriate care, and that we are making accommodations for individuals that have different physical
But as a matter of
situations
fact,
or
it's
pregnancy.
not happening.
And so I will look at the specific policies as to why one of the requirements may have been changed or adapted. If you have a specific to point out, that would be fantastic.
You don't know about this policy?
I do know
decision?
about the policy change, but I've looked at the guidelines of how we handle
You do know
individuals
about
that
the
are
policy
pregnancy.
change. How
I
could
do-
you
I
allow
do-
it to happen?
Well, sir, what are you finding wrong with what we do with individuals who are pregnant that are in our detention centers? Is there concerns I should be addressing?
Women who are pregnant or who have just had a child and their infant babies are not receiving adequate medical care.
Everybody
Aren't
receives
you
medical care.
concerned?
Everybody receives medical care that is in our custody, and even
Why
if
was
they are
the
going to be
policy
returned,
rescinded then?
even if they're going to be returned back to their home country, we are making sure that they have medical care in their home country before they are sent there. So that is something that we do very diligently, is to make sure that anybody who has a medical issue, a concern, something that needs to be addressed is taken care of in those detention
What you are telling me right now is
centers.
factually untrue.
No, it's actually
More important, you
It's followed through with
permitted
every
a
single
policy to
day.
be rescinded that provides for adequate care because it was, quote, obsolete or misaligned with your agency's guidance and immigration enforcement priorities. How can you sit here and tell us that caring for pregnant women or infants or women postpartum is misaligned with your priorities?
Yeah,
It just boggles
everyone
my
who's in
mind.
everyone who's in our care and in our detention centers
But it's your
receives
policy
medical
not to
care
care
that is
for them.
appropriate to them and their specific condition.
You're-
Absolutely, that is
You're
happening.
about to lose a fifth of your workforce in FEMA, correct?
There are individuals in FEMA that are no longer working with us. They may have taken early retirement or
How are you
deferred
going to
retirement. They
meet the
have-
needs of our constituents
Mm-hmm.
in Missouri or Connecticut, which suffered floods recently? I saw FEMA in action then, as I've seen them over the years. They are dedicated, vigorous public servants. They appear and spend hours and days and weeks caring for people. You're losing a fifth of them, including most of the leadership. What's your plan to replace
We've got
them?
many people in FEMA that do very good work every day taking care of people that are in a crisis situation, that are experiencing the worst day of their lives. The problem is that over the years and under the Biden administration, they failed the American people.
You're not
They didn't
answering my
respond-
question,
Oh, I
Madam
absolutely
Secretary.
am.
How are you going to replace a workforce
You
that
can't
is
convince me
absolutely
that any
essential
federal government
to
agency does a better
helping the
job just because it has more
constituents in
people.
Missouri? You
More
just
people
committed
does
to
not
help them.
equal
You're not going
a
to be
better
able to
job.
help
Better
people
job
in
is
Connecticut
accountability to
or
people and
in
making sure we're
Missouri
taking
or
care of
anywhere in the
them.
country if you don't have the dedicated public servants in FEMA and you're losing them.
Time has expired. Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Secretary, I saw the proposed budget, and it showed a decrease for FEMA.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to give you the opportunity that I often found absolutely precious when I was arguing before panel judges and couldn't get my answer out. I'm going to give you some of my time to just say what you were going to say to Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Senator.
Can't interrupt you.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
I'll take some of your time.
I started to say this.
By the way, we're good friends, so it's not personal.
Well, maybe I'll just finish what I started saying at the end, which is in a number of the questions today, there has been this embedded premise that there's something democratically troubling about judges issuing these nationwide injunctions, constraining the democratically elected president. And I guess I would just say in response that, we have a constitutional democracy, so the people are sovereign, and that's, the sovereignty flows from the people, and we do choose our elected representatives, but obviously we choose our representatives in Congress. Congress passes statutes, the president signs them, and many of the rulings we are talking about were predicated on executive branch violations of statutes that Congress passed. So the rulings in many ways are about protecting and reinforcing democracy. And then finally, I'll say that, you know, courts are part of our democracy, right? They have served this rights protecting and democracy facilitating function from basically the beginning, whatever the original design of the Constitution was. And it is not undemocratic or anomalous for courts to sometimes strike down acts of the president or of Congress when they conflict with the fundamental law, which is the Constitution, which in our system, courts have long had the primary role in enforcing.
And in fact, just as a footnote to this conversation, Congress has an obligation to follow the Constitution too, correct?
Absolutely. The president does, Congress does, every official, state and federal takes an oath to uphold the Constitution, but where that oath does not appear to be fully honored by one or more other actors in government. Sometimes courts do need to step into the breach. I think that is what we have been seeing.
And I can't remember exactly what that chart said, but so far in the lawsuits that have been brought, the administration or the president has lost, I would say, a vast majority of times. Is that correct?
The vast majority, yes, Senator.
And I want to ask a somewhat open-ended question because I have to confess, as Attorney General of the state of Connecticut, I probably succeeded, I can't name in which cases, obtaining a nationwide injunction. Then Attorney General Schmidt sought more than...
You started it. Is that your admission?
sought more than a dozen nationwide injunctions against the Biden administration. Then Attorney General Moody also sought numerous nationwide injunctions. This is a tactic, and it's a well-founded one, that attorneys general, litigants, and others have used again and again and again. And it shouldn't be a partisan issue. Nationwide injunctions shouldn't be a partisan issue. And when I say they did it, I'm not being accusatory. I confess I did it. And I don't know about then Attorney General Whitehouse. He can speak for himself, but it should not be a partisan issue, should it?
I agree that it shouldn't be, and that, but of course, yes, it has been. I mean, I think that despite the somewhat heated exchange I was just having with Senator Hawley, I do think that we don't want judges to be sort of driving the train of policymaking, and there are absolutely, there may be points and there may be contexts in which it does feel as though some fundamental change to the way judges consider nationwide injunctions, how much there's some critique that the merits have become the entire analysis, and that some, you know, there should be some prescriptions that are different about the kinds of harms that should be, the way harm should be evaluated or assessed. So I do think there are, again, back to the sort of prudential point, there are absolutely reforms that I think that there could be some.
Just to take, and I apologize for interrupting, but I am running out of time.
Yeah, sorry.
To take Senator Hawley's point about looking for a principle, a jurisprudential lodestar here. Maybe we do need some refinement on a bipartisan basis to provide some guidelines to district court judges, some of whom come to work on their first day and are presented with litigation that determines whether or not kids get health care or whatever in parts of the country they've never visited, in towns they don't even know how to pronounce.
Right. So, and whether that comes from a rule change, Supreme Court guidance, something legislative, I am not sure, but I think there could well be bipartisan consensus around clearer standards that guide judges asked to consider requests for nationwide injunctions.
And that would probably increase the credibility of what courts do if they could point to standards that were not just personal preferences or whims or, you know, perhaps subconscious political leanings.
I agree with that, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor, I do want to come to you, and I want to return to...
Thank you, Senator Tuberville. Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for your service, and thanks for being here today. I listened to your early response, Secretary Driscoll, about the cost of the celebration that's planned. Just to be absolutely clear, I'm all in favor of celebrating the Army's 250th. I'm hoping maybe we'll celebrate the Navy's as well. Having some Marine Corps background. But I am struck by the cost, $25 to $40 million. As Senator King said, that's a pretty wide spread, and you're saying that it's due to the damage that may be caused? Is that the result of having tanks going through the streets of Washington and possibly tearing up the streets? And what other damage would be done?
To the cost, Senator, I think from our perspective, we're optimistic and we'll be able to report to you after the parade if
But why have tanks? Why this kind of parade?
We believe we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fill up our recruiting pipeline with young Americans.
Wouldn't your preference be to save money in light of the budget cuts we're seeing for training programs, freezes on hiring, shrinking staff levels, deferring maintenance, jeopardizing equipment maintenance? These problems are not theoretical. Wouldn't you agree that this money could be better spent? We don't have unlimited funds.
Very sincerely, Senator, I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to tell the story of the American Army.
There are a lot of once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. We all have them. But it doesn't mean that we spend money extravagantly. In fact, it would be an honor to the Army to, in fact, devote those resources to where they're really needed. And let me just cite to you the fact that the National Guard Bureau has yet to be reimbursed $38 million by the Department of Army for its essential work during the presidential inaugural mission. It isn't a minor oversight. This mission demanded the Guard's expertise in security and logistics and emergency response, and the National Guard needs that money. Why are you stiffing the National Guard and spending $25 to $40 million on a parade?
I'm not aware of the $38 million that you're talking about, Senator. We just went down yesterday. That was one of the things that we're talking about. That, you know, we were talking about some of the things that we need to put out there that we've been working through. So I can follow up with you on that.
Well, I hope that you will, because I have a lot of trouble justifying to veterans who've been fired from positions in the federal government that we're spending potentially $40 million on a parade when they have been fired because supposedly we have to eliminate waste, including veterans who were in the Department of Veterans Affairs. I don't know how you can justify that kind of expenditure. Let me ask you, drone warfare. Are you satisfied that we are doing enough to protect our bases in this country and elsewhere against the swarms of small, lightweight drones, such as Ukraine used in its Operation Spiderweb, and such as terrorists used in the Middle East against our base in Jordan? I've visited that area. I've heard personal descriptions from the troops there about what they fear in our inability to defend them against these types of small, lightweight drones. Are you satisfied we're doing enough both on the offense to develop our drone warfare and in terms of defending our cities as well as our bases?
Senator, we are not doing enough. The current status quo is not sufficient. We are rapidly trying to iterate and prototype and work with companies who actually are deploying their technologies into Ukraine. I think this is probably an instance where the United States can be a fast follower. If we can ingest and suck out a lot of the lessons learned in the technology from Ukraine.
I'm going to interrupt because my time is about to expire, and I know the chairman will interrupt me, but I I have visited the Ukraine drone factories. I've spent some time with their military talking about their drones, and I guarantee you they are at the tip of the spear. They are way ahead of us. We have a lot to learn from them, and it's not just a luxury or convenience. We are at risk because of the technology that they have developed, and the Russians are soon going to take from them, because that's the pattern in this war. The Ukrainians take a step, the Russians try to keep up with them on drone warfare. And I think we not only have a lot to learn, but we have an obligation to learn it. And I would like to ask you, just because my time has expired, for a briefing on this area, which I think is revolutionizing modern warfare. Thank you,
Senator, I think that's a very important goal. I would note for members that we will have a closed hearing immediately 15 minutes after the adjournment of this. Yeah. And I would suggest that the senator would want to ask those questions.
I would love to a chance to address you on that topic in specific.
So let's do that.
Even if with respect, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I'll be able to attend the closed briefing. I'm going to try, but the briefing may not exhaust this topic. I would suggest a specific briefing on drone technology and warfare, if
all right. Well, there'll be no time limit and no limit on the subject matter. So we'll do the best we can, and I hope the senator will be able to attend. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hello, I'm Richard Blumenthal from Connecticut. Very honored to follow my good friend Peter Welch, and I'm going to try to do half the job that he did in answering your questions. And let me answer that first question. What am I personally most angry about? Republicans trying to sneak in this bill? You know, the cuts on Medicaid are such treachery, such a betrayal. And the results are so impactful. We're talking here not about technical change, but about depriving people of health care. What is more basic? You know the old saying, if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. Kids really can't learn when they are in pain or when they're sick. People can't work effectively if they are worried about their health, let alone actually suffering from some illness. And tragically, not only will 16 million Americans become uninsured as a result of Republican cuts, but people will die. You know, 51,000 preventable deaths each year will be caused by this bill. And in fact, more than 11,000 of those deaths will be due to the loss of Medicaid and Affordable Care Act coverage. That is an indictment. It is criminal. I used to be a prosecutor, United States Attorney for Connecticut and Attorney General for the state of Connecticut. And literally, this kind of draconian, cruel, dumb action is criminal in a metaphorical sense, if not in a real sense, as criminal negligence. Cutting Medicare, how does it make people richer? Well, it doesn't make richer the people whose Medicare is cut, but it does make richer the people whose taxes are reduced as part of a conscious and purposeful strategy to disembowel Medicare, dismantle it, and use the proceeds from that dismantling, cutting it, to provide for the financial wherewithal to cut taxes. That's how it makes the rich richer. It doesn't make middle class or lower income people richer. In fact, it undermines the middle class. And so, in effect, Medicare cuts make the billionaires and ultra wealthy richer. Next question concerns blocking states from regulating AI. So glad this question has been raised. I come from a state, Connecticut, where we are trying to put in place some safeguards and guardrails on AI. People understand that AI has enormous promise. It can do great things in detecting illnesses from the kind of radiology that can be done. It has great potential to develop new cures. It can be a boon in the workplace, but it also can have enormous negative impacts. And so some kind of federal regulation is appropriate. In fact, I think necessary. I developed a framework with Senator Hawley for federal regulation. In the meantime, states should be able, legally, to do their own safeguards. And the risks in blocking states from regulating AI while federal protections are being developed, hopefully they'll be here soon, but there's nothing on the legislative horizon introduced as viable legislation to provide federal regulation. It's unchecked surveillance is right, bias, right, other harms, including the kind of deep fakes and impersonations that can literally tear apart people's lives. And so this provision, which is in the bill, and a lot of legislators in the House didn't even know about, has powerful ramifications that are negative for people if it allows that kind of harm to go forward. And I really appreciate Sean for that question. I've been in the Senate for close to 15 years. You may think that's a long time. In Senate timeframes, it isn't necessarily. In fact, I'm not one of the most senior members in the United States Senate. And I will answer your question very directly. Are any of my Republican colleagues raising concerns? Their constituents are going to be hit hard. They're concerned, but they're not willing to stand up to Donald Trump. They know the negative impacts of this legislation, but they have no backbone. They need to grow a spine and recognize that their duty is to their constituents, as your question implies, not to the Donald Trump cult, not to the apprehension about primaries brought by MAGA diehards, not to Elon Musk, who is behind a lot of these cuts that hit their constituents hard. They need to get their priorities straight and make sure that they stand on principle. And thank you, Jen. Joanne, your question about what we can see exactly what Medicaid benefits look like now and what are taken away. We certainly know what they are now, and we know what Medicare are now. And they are intertwined. There's no question about it. Medicaid, as you know, applies to not only people with disabilities, children and families, but also to seniors with the income provisions that are in place. And with Medicare, obviously, there is an age cutoff. So I think the two are definitely intertwined because some may be covered by both. And benefits are going to be taken away from Medicaid recipients, for example, if they fail to comply with the work requirement, paperwork requirements. So the bill will affect those using these benefits by constricting their availability. How can you help? Raise your voices. Go to rallies, town meetings, write, email, text, people who have influence, as well as members of Congress, and reach out to your colleagues in professional organizations, especially if they are MAGA sympathizers and Republicans. Make sure that you are fully engaged, and maybe most important, engaged in elections. Elections count. They have consequences. We hear a lot about people wanting to help, and that is great. It's energizing. At the end of the day, every single election counts. Even local elections can send a message. They're the building blocks for the future. And so I can't say often enough, raise your voice, be heard. You're making a difference, and especially when it comes to supporting candidates. And also, let me have the temerity to suggest, become a candidate yourself. Anybody can, and even if you think you can't do it, believe me, you can. If I can do it, you can do it. And on that note, let me introduce somebody who is a great public servant as well as a great candidate, my friend and colleague, Brian Schatz.
Mr. Bergen to the table.
Thank you,
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to put into the record two articles, one from Government Executive entitled VA Forces Staff and Workforce Reduction Discussions to Sign Non-Disclosure Agreements. Another from the New York Times, Fired Inspectors General Raise Alarms as Trump Administration Moves to Finalize Purge, and then a letter that I did to the Council of the Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency. Let me ask you—
Without objection.
Thank you. Let me ask you, have you been involved in the termination or firing of any employee of the Veterans Administration?
Since taking office in 2025, I have not. Prior to that, as chairman, yes.
In other words, since taking your present position, you have not been involved in any termination or firing of any single or any employee whatsoever?
No, Senator Blumenthal, I have not.
How about in the cancellation of any contract?
I have not been involved in any cancellations of any contracts, Senator Blumenthal.
Prior to this role, you served on the President's transition team?
I did, yes.
And what was the subject matter?
The subject matter was the Department of Veterans Affairs.
Department of Veterans Affairs.
Yes.
So your involvement in the Department of Veterans Affairs predated your present position.
My involvement with the Department of Veterans Affairs goes all the way back to 1990, Senator
Well, I
Blumenthal.
mean, as part of the Trump administration,
Well, as
when
part of,
did you begin your service on the transition team?
I believe it was the end of November of 2024. I would have to check that.
November of 2024.
Mhm.
So for whatever number of months it is, you've been involved in reviewing and advising and proposing policies. You've been involved in the workings of the Veterans Affairs Administration.
Senator Blumenthal, thank you for the question. Let me clarify. As a member of the transition team, my role was to speak with the careerists who were currently in, Secretary McDonough, who were leaving office, and find out what they were doing. So I was part of what they would call the landing team. So my role was simply to look at and ask questions about how they were operating at the time to get that information so we would be ready to start out day one.
Could you give me 3 decisions or actions by the Department of Veterans Affairs since the inaugural that you've been involved in doing?
Well, Senator Blumenthal, as a senior advisor, I'm not involved in any decisions. That's not
No,
my
I'm
role.
asking you whether you've been involved in them as an advisor. Three decisions or actions where you've served as an advisor.
I cannot. My role was to gather information and convey that information back
I
and
can't
forth.
believe that you are telling us that you haven't been involved in a single action or decision as an advisor.
I don't have the authority to, sir. My only role is to recommend, gather information, convey information, and recommend two different parties.
I consider your answers just, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal.
Ms. Mason, anything you'd like to add to the record before we call up Mr. Bergen?
Yes, Chairman Moran, a couple of things. So Senator Hirono brought up the concern about me not stepping out of my role. I did step out of my role as senior advisor to the Secretary shortly after it was announced, and I also moved out of the suite, the Secretary's suite, as Senator Duckworth noted, that is behind. And I thought it was very important that I do so. Again, you can't just look at me as my role since January of 2025. And yes, again, I understand Senator Blumenthal's concern about the perception and assumption of senior advisor. But my role as senior advisor, my role, just me, Cheryl Mason, was to come in and bring the knowledge that I have from my many years of service as an independent, impartial player at the Board of Veterans' Appeals, 28 years in that role, and making decisions for veterans, serving veterans, and to look at what the department was doing, particularly within VBA, the Board of Veterans' Appeals primarily, and to ensure that we were doing our best to serve veterans on education, all lines of business in VBA. I understand that it might be incredulous that I wasn't involved in decisions, but that wasn't my role. My role was to advise and to recommend. Whether the Secretary or other leaders followed my advice, much like as I did as a consultant, sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. So I appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm happy to meet with anybody after the hearing, and I look forward to your post-hearing questions. Thank you.
Ms. Mason.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing, and thanks to my colleagues from California for speaking with such moral clarity, and to Senator Booker for what he has said just now. And I think that we should all agree that silence is complicity. We have an obligation to speak out, stand up. Otherwise, all of our rights will be in jeopardy. And of course, none of us sympathize with any form of violence. We believe peaceful protest is a form of free expression. It's deeply rooted in our law as well as our tradition. And defending that right to peaceful protest, not violence, is woven into the fabric of our laws. What's happening here is that in many respects, the President's taking advantage of loopholes and somewhat vaguely written sections of the law relating to insurrection. And I believe that we ought to tighten those laws. That's the reason that I will be introducing tomorrow morning an insurrection reform bill with the support of Senators Schiff and Padilla, as well as others who are on the Judiciary Committee and the Armed Services Committee, because actually Title 10 is an armed services title because it affects the powers of our armed services, and I think that it needs to be reformed. But I want to focus for the moment on the due process issue here, and to ask Ms. McCord, you know, I have been absolutely struck by the Kilmar-Abrego-Garcia case. Whether he's a citizen or not, he's entitled to due process, correct?
That's right, Senator.
And the United States Supreme Court basically said the government of the United States should facilitate his return, correct?
That's correct, Senator.
And then for 2 months, the United States Supreme Court was defied by the government of the United States. Isn't that contempt of court?
Well, this is what I know Judge Zenas is looking into in Maryland, and the government has made various arguments along the way. It has withheld some supposed evidence that would go to this question of whether it was actually in contempt, which of course comes down to whether the United States government had the power and the authority to get Mr. Abrego Garcia back. He is now back. They had that power and authority.
And they have the power to bring back others who have been deported illegally as well, correct?
This experience certainly seems to say that.
I can't help but quote Judge Harvey Wilkinson, whom you cite in your testimony, because as we all know, Harvey Wilkinson is not exactly a left-leaning, sort of wild-eyed liberal judge, and he said, quote, if today the executive claims the right to deport without due process and in disregard of court orders, what assurance will there be tomorrow that it will not deport American citizens and then disclaim responsibility to bring them home? That's why silence is complicity, in my view. I want to turn to another area. Ms. Bernay, you worked with my office on the separation policy of the Trump administration in its first term. And my understanding is that a lot of those kids who were separated from their parents are still separated. Do you have an estimate as to how many are still without reuniting with their parents?
Thank you for that question, sir. We did indeed work together before I went into the administration. It's a tricky question for me to answer very specifically right now because I don't have a lot of those numbers in front of me anymore. But we did reunify over 800 of the children that were still separated when I entered as the director of the Family Reunification Task Force. We also identified up to 1,000 additional children that had not been documented. Many of those children, we continue to have no record on whether they were reunified or not. So it is possible that they found their way together, as many did, because they weren't waiting around for the government to do that for them. But it is very possible that many of those families are still separated, and we will never know the real answer.
My time has expired, but I just want to comment finally. In the annals of American governmental injustices, the family separation policy will go down as one of the most cruel and reckless and irresponsible, to separate children from their parents and then to reunite them only reluctantly and only after vast damage was done to those children through trauma and sometimes physical injury, and to leave many children still separated is absolutely the height of cruelty and lack of due process. So I think we need to be on guard against a repetition of that policy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
What was your big takeaway from this briefing? And do you think there's enough being done to protect members? Do you feel safe?
I intend to continue to be as accessible and available as I have always been, part of who I am and how I do my job. But I understand that a lot of members and everyday Americans are scared about the increasing scourge of political violence in this country, and there plainly is a need for some greater security, not just for us as public officials, but for our entire society against this spreading scourge of extremist, largely right-wing political violence.
Was there any discussion about politicians' rhetoric, like Mike Lee's? Did that come up in the briefing?
This briefing was focused on the intelligence that is necessary to be provided to local and state police about threats, about the physical security that is increasingly appropriate for members of Congress and for everyday Americans, not on public statements by people in public life. But I feel that a lot of the MAGA rhetoric is an accelerant to this kind of political violence that is burning and metastasizing in our society, and adding fuel to the fire is really irresponsible on the part of not just people in public life, but people who are members of these fringe groups that are increasingly a threat.
You blame Senator Lee for that as well?
I'm not talking about Senator Lee. I really think that the problem is much broader than any single public official, and I feel that a lot of the MAGA rhetoric, which is so threatening, or other kinds of fuel to the fire, is real and clear and present danger.
Is there anything immediately that's going to change for you all, security-wise, that you've learned from this briefing?
I'm sorry?
Is there anything immediately that's going to change for you all the senators, security-wise?
We're certainly looking at the kinds of physical security that would make people more comfortable going to parades or public functions, whether it is someone going with us. But I want to make very clear for myself that I believe that accessibility is part of who I am and how I do my job. The most important thing I do often is listening to people, and I need to be accessible. I feel no real threat to myself when I'm in public. I go to a lot of parades, fairs. It's what I'm known for doing, and people feel they can talk to me. I think that is very, very important to preserve, and so the security has to be as unobtrusive as possible. But I hear loud and clear the message from my colleagues and also everyday Americans about their apprehension in going to community meetings, public gatherings, all kinds of other public functions because of the level of rhetoric. We need to be very careful about the words we use. Words can be incitement. There are fighting words, and they are part of the element of speech that is subject to constraint and control under the First Amendment. Fighting words, incitement, the old crying fire in a crowded movie house. That is what we are seeing more and more these days from fringe groups that are urging and inciting this kind of violence. We need to put a stop to it.
Do you consider that Senator Lee supposed to use those type of inciting words?
I'm not going to comment on any particular words. I think that the old admonition, hard to define, but I know it when I see it. I think a lot of us know it when we see it, and I think it is reprehensible when it has the effect, and it is a knowing effect, that it may incite this kind of violence. We have a responsibility as public officials to be really careful at this moment in the words that we use, because they can be instruments of hate and also incitements to violence. And I think we need to be very vigilant, and some of my colleagues need to be more careful.
Thanks for your time.
I think there may well be additional resources. If we are to have better protection against these threats, it will require resources, not hundreds of millions of dollars, but some modest increase in the level of resource. You can't do investigation or apprehension without resources. As a former prosecutor, I can tell you protection is impossible without resources to apprehend or prosecute somebody who is threatening. And it is threatening as well as action that is against the law.
Thanks for your time.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, you've been asked about options for the use of force abroad. I want to ask about the use of our military at home. I have been deeply disturbed and alarmed by the use of active duty troops, Marines, in Los Angeles, and President Trump has made clear his intention to continue to use the military to suppress dissent and likely inflame tensions there and elsewhere, all under the guise of enforcing the law. What he's doing may well be illegal. I want to ask you about contingency plans for the use of active duty military in other cities. Do you have such contingency plans?
Senator, I would just say we share the president's view that, as you characterized it, we are deeply disturbed and alarmed that ICE officers are being attacked while doing their job in any city in America. And so allowing National Guard or active troops under existing authorities to defend them is
attacks
important.
on ICE officers, yes, but we ought to be equally alarmed by the illegal use of active duty Marines or other military. I take it from your answer that you do have contingency plans for the use of military in other cities.
We have never and will not illegally deploy troops. All have been under existing
But you
and
do have
well-established
such plans.
authorities
I
to
find
use
that
troops
answer
to support
deeply
federal law
alarming.
enforcement officers.
So far, there's been no legal justification. It's been challenged successfully. I think that it will prevail. Those challenges will prevail in the courts. And I want to ask you right now to submit to this panel those contingency plans for the use of active duty military in other cities. I want to move on to another area of questioning. The chairman has said that you've submitted precious little detail, to quote him, precious little detail about the budget. I think there is no detail. This budget is literally a rough outline with short-sighted shortfalls. For example, the shortfall on the Columbia class, $2 billion. Only about $1 billion for Virginia class. There is virtually no outline or specificity as to how you are going to provide drones to defend and also engage in offensive outline and maneuvers. The nature of warfare is changing right before our eyes in real time. Unmanned aerial and undersea warfare is happening in Ukraine and elsewhere, and I think that you owe this committee and the American public more specificity in that budget, because we will be at risk. We are at risk right now in the Middle East, and I want to know whether we have contingency plans to protect our U.S. personnel in the region from the kind of swarm of drones that have proved devastating already to 3 of our service people in the Middle East on a base in Jordan. Do you have such plans to protect against drones there?
Senator, we work hand in glove with the Joint Staff and CENTCOM and every COCOM, especially right now, to ensure everything at our disposal is available to ensure maximum force protection against any contingency, including the one you described, sir.
Well, I have no assurance that we have the capacity to safeguard against the swarm of small, lightweight, slow-moving drones that are, in my view, our major vulnerability. And right now, if we engage in the Iran conflict, would put us and U.S. personnel at risk there. Let me ask you about Ukraine. I've just returned from my 7th trip to Ukraine. I am the advocate, chief sponsor with Senator Graham in the Russia sanctions bill. You said that the United States and the ranking member cited it, that we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective and will only prolong the war. My question to you is, when will you release the PDA $4 billion in equipment that Ukraine desperately needs? It's sitting there. Ukraine deserves it. When will it be released?
We're aware of PDA 75, and that is a decision we can make in the future.
My time has expired, but I don't consider that answer adequate.
Thank you,
Senator Whitehouse raised this so-called deliberative process privilege. First, this committee and Congress have never accepted that kind of assertion as a basis to evade questioning in this kind of confirmation hearing. But I'd like to point out also that this witness has no right to invoke that privilege. It's a privilege for the government of the United States to invoke. Now, I notice that the Deputy Attorney General is sitting right behind the witness. I didn't hear the Deputy Attorney General invoke this privilege on behalf of the government of the United States. And I might point out also that the witness is invoking it selectively. When he wants to answer the question, no privilege. When he wants to avoid answering the question, he says he's not at liberty to answer it. We've never accepted that kind of tactic on the part of a witness. Yes, nominees have sometimes said they can't comment on a case or an issue because it may come before them as a judge. But this kind of selective invoking of a privilege smacks of evasion and defiance, and I think reflects on us as a committee if we accept it in this context, Mr. Chairman. So I hope that the witness may be instructed to answer these questions, or we can have a resolution somehow on the legitimacy of this kind of privilege and ask the witness to come back. Let me begin my questioning.
Mr. Chairman, I think the clock was started on Senator Blumenthal while he made his point of order. It might be a courtesy to allow it to be. Thank you. There it is.
I hadn't noticed that, Mr. Chairman, but I thank Senator Whitehouse for pointing it out. Thank you.
Let me say in the future,
Mr. Bove.
White House made very clear the issues you're bringing up, and I said I'm willing to discuss them. But
thank you.
We can't take the time of this committee to hear a repeat of everything from every member that would disagree with what I said in my opening statement.
I appreciate
Senator
your
Blumenthal.
point, Mr. Chairman. I'll begin my questioning. Mr. Bove, you responded to Senator Kennedy's questions about who was consulted about the dismissal of charges against Mr. Adams. Did you ever talk to Stephen Miller before you filed the memorandum on February 10th ordering the dismissal of the Adams charges?
Senator, I responded to Senator Kennedy's questions based on a publicly filed document that described the Attorney General as a...
Did you talk to Stephen Miller?
I'm not going to describe the participants in conversations.
So you won't answer that question?
No, I will not, Senator.
Why?
Because it is not appropriate for me to discuss...
It is appropriate for you to tell us whom you consulted before taking action on behalf of the United States of America. You have no basis to avoid that question, Mr. Bove.
Respectfully, Senator, I'm answering that question in a manner similar to several nominees before me, including Judge Katzen.
Did you talk to anyone in the White House, including the President, about dismissal of the Adams charges before the February 10th memorandum?
I respectfully refer you back to my answer, Senator.
I am absolutely flabbergasted that you would come before this committee and refuse to tell us basic facts about a case that is at the core of the challenges to the appearance of impropriety that should disqualify you. You have the opportunity to clear the air, to come clean with the American people as well as this committee, and you are evading and avoiding these questions.
Senator, if you have a question about the position that I took in public with respect to the Mayor Adams case, I'm happy to address it, and I've addressed several today.
Well, I have asked you a question that bears on the appearance of impropriety. Let me go on. Mr. Bove, in court, you represented, first, that there was no quid pro quo, but you said that the decision, even if there were a quid pro quo, was unreviewable by the court. Do you stand by that?
I don't think that's what I said, Senator, because it's not consistent with the rule, which explicitly provides...
Well, you said it not only once, but you said it a number of times, And the judge observed, Judge Ho said, that your position was, quote, fundamentally incompatible with the basic promise of equal justice under law. That's what he said about your position, that the decision to dismiss these charges was unreviewable. Do you stand by that assertion?
I never made that assertion, and the judge granted the motion, Senator.
He granted the motion, but he disagreed with your premise that it was unreviewable. Let me ask you, are decisions to dismiss cases, as with that one, unreviewable?
The text of Rule 48 requires, in the instances presented by the Adams case, that dismissal only be provided for with leave of the court. That's as near a quote as I can give you. And the entire brief that I submitted acknowledged that point because we were seeking the leave.
Mr. Bove, I am concerned about the quid pro quo that the judge concluded had been done. In fact, he said everything here smacks of a bargain. Everything here smacks of a bargain. But the quid pro quo that really concerns me is the one that brings you here today. You were virtually the only attorney in the Department of Justice willing to go to court and make a claim that career prosecutors said violated their basic standard of ethics. And the quid pro quo was a nomination to the Court of Appeals. That's the appearance that the American people can take away from your sitting before us with that nomination. And I think it does grave damage to respect for the rule of law, notwithstanding your assertions about your adherence to it, for you to be here as a result of that stand by you. Let me ask you about a separate issue, the firing of prosecutors and investigators who were involved in the January 6th prosecutions. You were involved in purging prosecutors who, in good faith and an exercise of their prosecutorial judgment, they went to court, they brought charges, you purged them. Isn't that correct?
I don't agree with the use of the word purged, Senator.
Well, you fired them.
I authorized the termination of probationary employees at that U.S. Attorney's Office, yes.
Because they prosecuted the January 6th rioters?
No, because I was concerned about efforts in the prior administration to embed those prosecutors as permanent employees at the U.S. Attorney's Office.
And you also fired the FBI investigators involved in the January 6th prosecution, correct?
No, that's not accurate.
You worked with Director Patel in firing them, correct?
No, that's not accurate.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to pivot away from the Democrats' fake outrage.
Honored to follow my colleague, Senator Reid, and he is absolutely right that this bill is almost un-American. In fact, I would say it is un-American because it is so destructive to the middle class, to health care, to education, to basic fairness and decency in our great country, the greatest country in the history of the world. It would balloon the debt and the deficit by $4 trillion, and yet my Republican colleagues have sought to disguise and hide that reprehensible pain and damage to the American system. It would cut Medicaid by $930 billion, which means billions in cuts for Connecticut, hundreds of thousands of Connecticut children and families off Medicaid, food nutrition shredded, and student loans decimated. These kinds of impacts on Connecticut are mirrored through the whole country. And the American people are beginning to get it. That's why this bill, the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, is so deeply unpopular, in fact, by 2-to-1 majority. And I want to talk not only about Connecticut, but two of the states that are represented by colleagues here. They are so-called red states. But make no mistake, this bill is seismically catastrophic, not just for Connecticut, but for the whole country and for Louisiana, where this measure, if it's passed, will mean that my colleagues from Louisiana are voting to kick roughly 250,000 people in their state off health insurance. They will be voting for a bill that could close 33 rural hospitals in their state alone and cost their state's health care providers $588 million for services that newly insured patients simply will not be able to pay back. Their state program would lose $4 billion. That's Louisiana alone in funding. These numbers are staggering, and they're the reason that every major health system in Louisiana is opposing this bill. Just yesterday, they sent a letter warning that cuts in this bill, and I'm quoting the Louisiana healthcare providers here, quote, would be historic in their devastation and warrant our shared advocacy to protect our patients and the care we provide them in hospitals and clinics. I could go on about Louisiana. I'm going to abbreviate my remarks and put my full statement in the record if there's no objection, Mr. President.
Without objection.
But this bill also reduces SNAP benefits for 206,000 Louisianans. It eliminates the benefit entirely for 94,000 of them. I want to see my colleagues from Louisiana go home and face their constituents, having cut the legs from SNAP and Medicaid programs and many other benefits. And in Utah, same tragic scenario unfolding in a state where 337,000 children and adults depend on Medicaid. Nearly half of all children in Utah are covered by Medicaid. 59% of nursing home residents. 60,000 people living in rural Utah communities covered by Medicaid. If this bill passes, at least 180,000 Utahns will lose health care coverage, and Utah's uninsured rate will increase by a staggering 67%. If this bill passes, 31,000 of the people in Utah could see their benefits slashed, and 13,000 would risk losing their benefits entirely. Now, I just want to say in conclusion, these numbers for Connecticut, for Louisiana, for Utah, for the state of Washington, where my wonderful colleague, Senator Cantwell, will be talking shortly, they're not just numbers. They are faces. They are lives. They're children who are just beginning to be Americans. And their productivity, their contributions back to America will be hamstrung. Their lives will be financially handicapped. And health-wise, they will be impaired as a result of these irresponsible and reprehensible cuts. I couldn't be angrier about these kinds of cuts in programs done only so that the ultra-wealthy will receive tax cuts. I'm willing to bet that a lot of those billionaires and millionaires would forego those tax benefits if they understood the consequences. But my Republican colleagues, who are in disarray at this moment, they can't come together on a program because they know how abhorrent its effects would be on their states, ought to listen to the people of America, not the ultra-wealthy. And the people are speaking in the polls. They're speaking through their elected representatives. and they are speaking because their conscience simply won't let them support a bill that does such abhorrent damage to the American middle class, the American way of life, American values. And I'm proud to stand here. I wish we weren't here going all night into Monday morning, but I'm proud to stand here with my colleagues, and I just wish my Republican colleagues were on the same sides of these issues, because they're going to go home and they'll have to face the children and families who will be hurt so deeply by this bill. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
I'm angry. In fact, I'm furious. This bill is no big, beautiful measure. It is, in fact, a big, blatant betrayal of promises made by my Republican colleagues and the promise of America. It slashes health insurance and Medicaid for families and children, millions of them. It will stop programs that seek to assure kids don't go to bed hungry with growling stomachs. And it will mean veterans and others will suffer deep and enduring pain and hardship. We're going to keep fighting. We have to keep fighting because there's so much at stake, and we will work as hard and long as possible to make sure every single member of the United States Senate who voted for this big, blatant betrayal is held accountable. Elections have consequences.
Thank you. Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The tobacco lawsuit was, in fact, brought by state attorneys general. And just as a historical footnote, we went to the Department of Justice and asked them to join us. They refused to do it. They said it couldn't succeed. And they also said the tobacco companies have never lost a lawsuit. They have never settled a lawsuit. And you'll lose. Well, as it turned out, eventually, all the attorneys general of the United States of America, including Kansas, joined our lawsuit after a while, after we were successful, because of the legal action based on the Unfair Trade Practices Act of the state of Connecticut, the state of Minnesota, the state of Massachusetts, the state of Florida. The core states that brought that lawsuit relied on deceptive and unfair practice allegations, saying that the tobacco companies were lying when they said our product doesn't cause cancer, it doesn't cause death, it doesn't cause disease. It was a good old-fashioned garden variety consumer protection case. It also involved antitrust allegations. In Mississippi, it was an equity action. It's more complicated than I am describing it right now. But your state of Kansas, I think, is probably still getting money. Every year, every state in the country gets money to combat tobacco because it relied on the good old-fashioned consumer protection statutes that say when you make a promise to consumers, it has to be truthful and accurate. And so I assume that all of the witnesses here support those kinds of consumer actions, correct? I'll begin with you, Attorney General.
Yeah, I do when it fits into the correct legal box. So, for example, the tobacco lawsuits were brought under the state consumer protection acts that you mentioned, and every state has one. And they're based on the notion, which is very clearly laid out, that the manufacturer of a product misrepresents the product to the consumer of the product, and the consumer purchases it and suffers some injury or harm, and it's because of that deception. It's much harder to fit climate change lawsuits into that box because there's no secret about the fact that fossil fuels are used in internal combustion engines and that those internal combustion engines emit CO2.
But the state of Connecticut is suing ExxonMobil. Right now, under the Connecticut Unfair Trade Practices Act, saying basically it's lying about its product and the dangers and damages done by its product. You are suing Pfizer. Same kinds of allegations, correct?
The similarity
but
is...
no one is accusing you of trying to destroy the American drug industry.
No, I don't think so, but I think they're not the same. They're the same. They both try to use a consumer protection box to put the case in. In the case of the Pfizer, they made certain representations about their product, and that turned out to be contrary to the information they had, and the individual took it to direct harm to himself. In the case of fossil fuels, you have a broad public debate about the harms and how big they are, who's causing the harms. You also have third parties, because it's not just the oil company.
In court, Connecticut has to prove its allegation, the facts behind the allegation, that in fact the company is misrepresenting its product. Just as you have to prove, by the way,
absolutely,
as you well know,
yes,
your case has been remanded to state court, so you'll have your day in court there, but no less than if you were in federal court, you're going to have to offer evidence that proves your allegation. Same is true of Connecticut in suing ExxonMobil. I don't see how, as a lawyer, you can say, well, the claims under the statute are wrongly brought just because it's a different industry and because there is a public debate, because there is
I'm not
debate
saying
also
you can't.
about the American drug industry.
I'm not saying the claims are wrongly brought. I'm saying they have a much harder time proving the claims because of there's less deception, there's also third parties, and also it's not just the fossil fuel extraction company, you have the factory that then burns the fuels. You have the individuals themselves who drive to work in a car. Probably most of us flew here from some point on a plane.
My time has expired, but I could take the words exactly that you've just uttered and substitute tobacco, and they would be identical to what the tobacco industry was saying about our lawsuit at the time. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
Thank you, Senator Whitehouse. Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Artow, if the Secretary of Defense were sued in your courtroom as a district court judge, if you are confirmed, and you issued an order, would you expect him to obey it?
If I had jurisdiction over the matter, if I decided that it was...
You wouldn't issue an order if you didn't have jurisdiction. It's a yes or no question. Would you expect him to obey it?
I would expect all parties to obey my orders, no matter who they are.
Because an order is an order, as you just said, correct? So the Secretary of Defense ought to obey a district court order. How about you, Mr. Dudek? What do you think? Judge Dudek.
Yeah, I would expect, as Judge Artow said, all parties before me to follow my orders pending any
Including
appeal.
the Secretary of Defense or any other cabinet secretary, correct?
Any party that appeared before me outside of a stay or an appeal, yes, I would expect that.
Judge Pratt?
I'd give the same answer as my friends.
Judge Moe?
Same.
Judge Artow, as you know, the president sued the Pulitzer Prize Board for defamation and conspiracy based on their awarding of a prize to journalists who reported on the Trump-Russia collusion during the 2016 election. You're familiar with that lawsuit, correct?
Yes.
You sat on the court that dismissed it.
I sat on a court that found jurisdiction, on a three-judge panel that found jurisdiction.
And you wrote a concurrence where you took a somewhat less measured approach. You essentially parroted the litigant, Trump's talking points, incorrectly calling the Russia story, quote, now debunked allegations, end quote, and you called into question the seminal Supreme Court decision in New York Times versus Sullivan, a landmark case protecting free speech and freedom of the press. Given that concurrence and the false information that you included in it, should litigants have any expectation that you can be unbiased, especially if the federal government is involved as a party?
Senator, I've been a judge. I've been a judge for 11 years. Nobody's ever questioned my integrity. With regard to, I know that what you're getting at in terms of the issue, but I had no communications or expectation that I was even under consideration by the White House when I issued that opinion. And I followed the canons. I followed the canon 3, which is the one that applies in Florida, very carefully. It requires me to take cases as they come.
Let me just ask you, because my time is limited.
Okay.
That court ruling was issued on February 12th of this year, correct?
Correct.
Had you, before that date, ever spoken to Senators Moody or Scott about the possibility of being considered for a judicial vacancy?
I had talked a few years ago with Senator Scott because Senator Scott, during the last administration, had me on his list, and his general counsel is a friend of mine. And when I came into town in November to attend the Federal Society, I just basically paid him a courtesy visit like I do every year because he's a close friend from Palm Beach County, where he used to work as an assistant state attorney. I had no expectations of anything other than the fact that I knew Senator Scott had me in high regard.
So the answer is yes. You had spoken to Senator Scott through his staff about the possibility of a judicial vacancy.
For the last several years.
Repeatedly, you had discussed with Senator Scott's staff the possibility of a judicial.
I was aware that they considered me in high regard, and that if there was an opportunity that they might consider me for it, I was asked if I had any interest in it, and I had indicated that I did. But of course, Senator Scott did not have a case before me, and I was not communicating with the White House or anybody else. Had the timing been differently, then I may have handled it differently.
Why didn't you recuse yourself from a case involving the president when you had spoken to Senator Scott's staff about the possibility of a judicial vacancy that would involve an appointment by the president who was a litigant?
Because Canon 3B requires that a judge hear and decide matters assigned to the judge, except if the disqualification is required by 3E, and 3E has only 4 different bases that could possibly apply to me: personal bias or prejudice. I didn't have any personal bias or prejudice in the case. I did not serve as a lower court judge, and I had no economic interest in the subject controversy itself.
That canon 20 times, but the fact is that you had spoken to Senator Scott's office about the possibility of a judicial vacancy, knowing that Senator Scott would hear about it, and then sat on the case. Let me just ask you.
I had done that when Joe Biden was president, and that's the timing that we're talking about.
Well,
I can't indefinitely not take cases because of the fact that I might have aspirations for higher office. That's not the way it works in terms of the canons.
And Senator Blumenthal, your time has run. Did you have one more quick question? Go ahead.
I have one more question. Had you spoken to anyone else, including Senator Moody, about the possibility of a judicial appointment at the federal bench?
I never spoke with Senator Moody. I never spoke with Senator Moody.
Or anyone else?
Senator, I think I passed on. I think Senator Scott passed on my resume, perhaps, and I indicated that I'm available if they have any questions. But I did not hear back from Senator Moody's office because Senator Moody was just coming into transition at the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon now to all of you. Appreciate your patience. Appreciate you being here today.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Let me just build on what my colleague, Senator Schiff, has said so well. What ought to concern us on this committee what should concern us on this committee, and we have a very proud tradition on the Judiciary Committee of the United States Senate of responsibly scrutinizing nominees for United States attorney positions and judgeships, is what we don't know about these nominees and what we haven't had the opportunity to ask, such as the questions for the record that Jeanine Pirro has refused to answer. We should be having a hearing with her, asking her why she was regarded as crazy, asking her why she advocated that the prosecutors of the January 6 cases be investigated. And I just want to say a word about the men and women who come today every day in the United States Department of Justice. You know, I was the United States Attorney for the District of Connecticut. As a number of us have been prosecutors in the federal system, I was also a state attorney general. They come to work every day seeking justice. They have an ethos and tradition for the person who is going to be head of the largest United States Attorney's office in the nation and who has responsibility for prosecuting federal crimes that affect the whole nation, to say that the ones to be investigated and prosecuted are the assistant U.S. attorneys who brought criminal charges against the January 6 rioters, I think betrays the entire ethos and norms of the Department of Justice. It undermines, literally, justice in the United States. She ought to be asked what she meant when she was asked on a radio show by a guest who said January 6th prosecutors should be, quote, criminally investigated. And she said, quote, I absolutely agree with that. She's failed to disavow that position. She's failed to answer questions that we've posed in written requests for information to her about remarks that she's made in the past. We need to do our job here, Mr. Chairman. We have a responsibility to scrutinize those kinds of responses and to have her testify. And likewise, with Mr. Beauvais, a lot more unanswered questions. I submitted yesterday a letter to the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, asking for results of the investigation done of a case supervised by Mr. Beauvais, finding very serious wrongdoing on the part of some of his subordinates and perhaps holding him responsible for them. The Office of Professional Responsibility concluded an investigation. We've had no access to it. He ought to be asked about it. Likewise, the whistleblower who came forward and others who have indicated they have information ought to be questioned by us in public, under oath. We have a job to do here. We should do our job. We should scrutinize these nominees with the kind of fairness, but also intensity that is part of our mandate, because the judgeships are lifetime and the prosecutors are enormously powerful. I always felt that the most important decisions I made as a prosecutor were whether to charge someone, because charges can follow people throughout their lives, impact them financially and reputationally. And she is going to command an office of hundreds of attorneys who will be bringing charges and perhaps devastatingly affect the lives of individuals, as well as clearly a responsibility to uphold the public interest in enforcing the law. I think we ought to be delving into their backgrounds by continuing our fact-finding in this committee rather than going forward with her today.
Senator Booker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think if I have my...
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to all of our nominees. Thank you for serving our country. Mr. Planke, I have a couple of fairly straightforward yes or no questions. Was the 2020 election rigged and stolen?
Senator, thank you for your question.
It's pretty much a yes or no question.
Thank you for your question, Senator. I have not reviewed any of the cybersecurity of the 2020 election.
Don't have an opinion on whether the 2020 election was rigged and stolen?
Senator, my opinion on the election as an American private citizen is probably not really relevant, but the Electoral College did confirm President Joe Biden swore him into office.
Well, let me ask you, were there, quote, widespread election malfeasance and serious vulnerabilities with the voting machines, end quote, that changed the election outcome?
Yes, Senator, as you know, elections are state-run entities, and many different secretaries of state across the 50 states of the United States pursue different methods to secure their own elections.
Mr. Planke, my time is limited, so I'm just going to say to you, there ought to be no hesitation in your answer to these questions. The agency that you've been nominated to lead, CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, along with the entire national security and intelligence community, agreed that the election was secure. You're undermining the confidence of the nation in the election apparatus at a time when that credibility is as important as ever, when you're about to lead an agency that has responsibility for that security. State and elections officers across the country ran audits and examinations, and on a bipartisan basis, affirmed that President Trump lost the election. He won the next election. The answer to my questions is no. The 2020 election was not rigged and stolen. There were no widespread election malfeasance and serious vulnerabilities, even though President Trump said there were. Now, I know it is a contentious topic, but your role in that agency is to be above politics. If you can't tell us with conviction and conscience that those elections were secure, I have very serious doubts about your ability to lead this agency. Let me ask you, if President Trump comes to you and he demands that CISA falsely claim that the 2026 or 2028 elections were rigged, what will you do?
Senator, as a cybersecurity professional, these are state-run elections. I have not reviewed the cybersecurity posture of all 50 states.
With all due
That's like
respect,
a doctor, Senator. That's like a doctor who's diagnosing somebody over the television because they saw him on the news.
No, it's like a doctor who has a patient come to him and is responsible for doing the diagnosis. It may be a second opinion, but it actually is the determinative opinion because you are the head of the federal agency that oversees the security of our election system for the entire nation. And you're telling me, in effect, you're just going to dodge, you're going to jump ship, you're going to evade that responsibility. I think that answer is completely unsatisfactory.
Senator, I did not say that I would dodge or abate any of my responsibility. I would remind you, Senator, that CISA is a consent-based cybersecurity agency. And cybersecurity, CISA is postured to respond and support every state across the United States, and we will gladly and do our due diligence to support those states
You
across the
seem
United
not
States.
to understand the responsibility of CISA. People turn to this agency for unbiased, objective, science, evidence-based, expert information. And you're in effect saying that if President Trump comes to you and he says, I want you to say this election was rigged, you're going to yield to him. Thank you.
You know, when we talk about elections and whether or not they're rigged or not, I don't think one party or another is particularly immune to this. There's still people who believe that the Daley machine and the mafia conspired in Cook County in 1960. There's some evidence of it. You know, it's a longtime American tradition, you know, for both parties to question the other party in elections. I will say that in 2016, when Donald Trump won the first time, you know, Hillary Clinton, to this day, says that he was an illegitimate president. Jimmy Carter said he was illegitimate. From the very beginning, they tried to delegitimize Trump. So I would say it's no different. And in fact, if we're going to criticize Donald Trump for questioning the 2020 election, we should be equally critical of Hillary Clinton for questioning the 2016 election. The quotes are legion. I mean, dozens and dozens of quotes, dozens and dozens of interviews. Hillary Clinton to this day is unrepentant in this, but it's worse than that. That's just sort of an opinion. What they ended up doing is using the apparatus of government to try to delegitimize Trump. They used the apparatus of government to spread something that was a falsehood, that the Russians got the election for Donald Trump. He wasn't deserving. The people didn't vote for him. The Russians did this. But it turns out that all of the intelligence reports saying the Russians, of course they try to meddle. They meddle every time in all of our elections. But it was judged to be insignificant and not consequential until it wasn't. Until all of a sudden someone at the top of the intelligence community decided, oh, well, yeah, we think Donald Trump's illegitimate. We're going to spread this throughout government. And there basically was a conspiracy using government and using the power of the intel agencies. So for people who complain, Donald Trump complained about the 2020 election, my goodness, the Obama administration planted misinformation throughout government purposely. They planted it in lots of different places. At one point, John Brennan is asked the question by the analyst that he has selected, this information, sir, this dossier, this Steele dossier is opposition research, and it is unchecked. It is unverified. And Brennan's flippant response was, yeah, but it sure sounds like it could be true. Sure rings true. This is the head of the CIA saying this. They got together and really cooked up something to delegitimize. So I really am not that interested in hearing, oh, Donald Trump says it, will you admit the election wasn't rigged? There's a great book on this. It's called Rigged by Molly Hemingway. And in it, she goes through in great detail the Democrats' disregard. You know, does anybody remember the Democrats voted against seating electors? You know, the whole January 6th stuff, they say, oh, this is unprecedented. Republicans aren't seating the electors. Now, look, I voted to seat the electors. I thought the argument wasn't a valid argument. But the thing is, Democrats, including one of the ones who worked, Raskin, to impeach the president, he voted not to seat the electors in 2016 because he thought the election was rigged. So for goodness sakes, let's put this to rest. Both parties have accused each other of malfeasance. Both parties have accused the elections of being rigged. And let's just try to move forward.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, nothing you've said absolves this witness of a responsibility to answer these basic questions about the core responsibility of the agency he's been nominated to lead.
The CISA has nothing to do with the elections. The CISA has nothing to do with the state-run elections. Senator Moody.
Well, we will
Thank you, Mr.
agree to
Chairman.
disagree, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be voting against the Access Act, not because I don't think that veterans deserve mental health services. They certainly do. But moving us toward privatizing VA care is not the way to go. And I do appreciate Mr. Chairman, your efforts and that of the ranking member to continue working on this bill, because the idea is, and the commitment should be that that veterans should receive care within the VA system. We should be focusing on providing this kind of care and increasing the capacity of the VA system to provide all levels of care. So it's not just the mental health services that the veterans need. There are all kinds of specialty services that the VA, that the veterans need. And are we going to send them into the community to receive this care, or are we going to focus on recruiting the medical professions within the VA system, paying them enough, retaining them, doing all those things that truly will make VA care the kind of care that our veterans are relying upon. So it's for that reason, not because I don't think that you and the ranking member are not going to be focused on what we need to be doing, but I do have a concern about moving VA care toward privatization.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blumenthal, thank you.
The American people have been...
Senator, we're in a quorum call.
I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. The American people have been treated to an extraordinary spectacle. It is the spectacle of a president of the United States trying to stonewall and stall the disclosure of a file from the United States Department of Justice that directly implicates him and others in places of power, after boasting to the American people that he would reveal everything. He promised again and again and again that he would disclose all the files, not only of this investigation, but the JFK investigation and others, because the American people deserve transparency. They deserve disclosure. They deserve to know what is in the files of the Department of Justice when there are credible allegations that an investigation is incomplete and potential evidence concealed. And the American people are rightly asking now, what do they have to hide? Why are they concealing this information in the files of the Department of Justice? We're talking about documents, interviews, testimony that may mention the survivors and innocent people, and their names should be redacted and removed from any public disclosure so that they are not victimized again by the public ignominy of having been victims. And if there is any ongoing investigation here that requires confidentiality, it can be held. I know from my days in the Department of Justice, I was the United States Attorney for Connecticut, that this kind of disclosure is done, not routinely, not commonly, but in exactly this kind of instance when the credibility of the Department of Justice may be at stake and people deserve to know the truth. And here, let's be very blunt, there are questions about whether this investigation and prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell was full and complete. There are names, some of them rich and powerful people. There are stories, some of them believable. There are places and locations, there are testimony that describe a situation that may be much broader than just these two individuals who have been prosecuted. And at the end of the day, we're talking here not about just legalities and about politics. We're talking about girls, the youngest victims, and some of them survivors. The president referred to them as beautiful women. On the younger side, some of them, well, some of them were actually not even women, they were girls. This crime is about the most heinous kind of exploitation of women, predatory victimization of girls, in effect, trafficking them, which was Maxwell's specialty. And the president has said that they may have stolen some of them from his spa as if they were chattel to be bought and sold. But that was the attitude that Epstein and Maxwell had toward them. And sadly, that was the attitude that perhaps some of their aiders and bettors or co-conspirators or simply enablers had as well. This action about disclosure is necessary now because the administration continues to stonewall and stall, concealing information and betraying its promise to the American people. And what's at stake here is not just the president's promises, although they are absolutely clear when he said, quote, President Trump says he will declassify the 9/11 files, JFK files, Epstein files, end quote. That's President Trump. What's at stake here is the credibility of our justice system. That's why an act of Congress is not only appropriate but necessary. And what's at stake here is also the victim. This crime involved money laundering. It involved financial illegality. It involved fraud against the government. It involved a range of crimes that may sound abstract, even technical, but at the end of the day, it was not a victimless crime. It was about exploiting girls, young women, girls who were mercilessly and repeatedly subject to abuse and trafficking. Donald Trump has broken these promises, but he's also remained actively engaged in a cover-up. That's why he sent his deputy attorney general to interview Maxwell for 2 days. Unprecedented, absolutely mind-boggling to send the deputy attorney general, who may then be a witness and potentially implicated in a cover-up, to interview a vital witness. We don't know who was with him, but we have to believe there were notes or recordings. They ought to be disclosed as well. And we should require that the disclosure be immediate, as this legislation would require. That Deputy Attorney General also happens to be the President's personal lawyer, or he was in all his criminal prosecutions. That is unprecedented as well. The American people deserve an end to this stonewalling and stalling, and that is why, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Judiciary be discharged and the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-2557. Further, that the bill be considered and read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
I recognize the Majority Whip.
I object.
Objection is heard.
But I can ask some follow-up questions. Thank you.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Mr. Meredith, I'm very interested in your active membership in the Federalist Society. You were president of University of Kentucky's Law School chapter, and as an attorney, you served on the steering committee of the Connecticut Lawyers Chapter. In 2021, you declared the Federalist Society as one of my favorite organizations ever. I love everything the Federalist Society does. President Trump has a different view. Apparently, he's routinely attacked the organization, claiming that it gave him, quote, bad advice, end quote, on nominees, and calling its founder, Leonard Leo, a, quote, sleazebag, end quote. I take it you disagree with President Trump on his views on the Federalist Society.
Senator, as a judicial nominee, it's not appropriate for me to comment on issues like that.
Well, I don't understand why not.
Well, Senator, you're referring to a personal political issue, and it's just not appropriate for me to weigh in on that.
Well, the Federalist Society, so far as I know, is not a partisan political organization. You're an active member of it. I'm asking you whether you agree with President Trump on its apparent failings and flaws.
Senator, again, it's just not appropriate for me to weigh in on that.
I don't understand why you're reluctant to express a view on it. You're a proud member of the Federalist Society, correct?
Senator, I have been a member of the Federalist Society off and on since law school, and what you're referring to is our comments and issues that are just not appropriate for a judicial nominee to weigh in on.
Is that true of all the organizations that you participated in, that they're not appropriate for you to comment on?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, it would. If you're asking me to make assessments of individuals and organizations, I think that would be the case. I think it's not appropriate for me to make assessments.
You're a member of the organization now, correct?
I am currently a member, yes.
So I take it that you disagree with President Trump.
Well, Senator, again, I'm just not going to weigh in on any assessments of any organizations or individuals or anything like that.
Well, let me ask you on a different topic, since you're unwilling to answer those questions. You've made it no secret about your feelings on reproductive rights throughout your career. Given your long history of advocating against reproductive freedoms and rights, can we expect you to be fair and impartial as a judge if you're confirmed?
Absolutely, Senator. My job as a judge, should I be fortunate enough to be confirmed, will be to set aside all of my personal beliefs, all my personal preferences, all my personal desires, and simply do what the law commands, to uphold the rule of law in all circumstances.
Let me ask you, do you think Brown versus Board of Education was correctly decided?
Do I think Brown versus Board of Education was correctly decided? Yes, Senator.
How about Loving versus Virginia?
Yes.
And Obergefell versus Hodges correctly decided?
Well, Senator, I'm comfortable saying that Brown and Loving are correctly decided because I think those are so deeply entrenched in our nation's judicial tradition that I think there's absolutely no legitimate chance that anyone will challenge them. For other Supreme Court decisions, I'm hesitant to make an assessment because I don't think it's my job today to grade the Supreme Court or offer assessments of whether they're right or wrong. And, it's for other precedents.
Well, I'm disappointed in that answer. I think it's unsatisfactory given that Obergefell is established and well-accepted precedent. Let me ask you, Mr. Mercer, do you think Brown versus Board of Education was correctly decided?
Yes, I do, Senator.
And Loving versus Virginia?
Yes, I do, Senator.
How about Obergefell?
Senator, my position on that is that that's binding precedent that the Supreme Court has issued, and if I had that matter come before me, I would adhere to that binding precedent.
So you believe it was correctly decided?
I believe I would be bound by it precedentially, and I would follow it as precedent.
But you're distinguishing that Supreme Court precedent from Loving and Brown?
Senator, as this committee has heard from other nominees, given the passage of time, and as my fellow panelists has indicated, that history, that you have heard from other nominees the same thing, and I believe that's the correct answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Klobuchar.
2001.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Mr. Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Patel, thank you for being here today. You'll recall well in January at your confirmation hearing before this committee, I raised the prospect of politically motivated retaliation, and you promised me, as you did other members of this committee, quote, every FBI employee will be held to the absolute same standard and no one will be terminated for case assignments. You went on to tell me, quote, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. And you assured one of my colleagues that you would honor the internal review process of the FBI. I'm not going to mince words. You lied to us. In the short time that you've been FBI director, you've presided over a rash of retaliatory firings. 3 FBI agents have recently sued you. They are FBI agents with 60 years between them of distinguished service, rescuing hostages, saving kids from predators, dismantling drug cartels, and their allegations, their civil allegations, are a searing indictment of your tenure as FBI director. But it's not just those 3. The FBI Agents Association has said that your actions, quote, distract agents from their work, foster fear that their assignments could cost them their careers, either now or under the next administration, and increase the risk of criminal and national security threats by undermining unity and morale within the Bureau, end quote. This association, as you know, is voluntary. It represents 14,000 members, 90% of all the active agents. These are your employees saying that your performance has been unqualified and unfit. And there is mounting evidence that these retaliatory firings were the result of direction from the White House. There have been instances in the past history of the Bureau of political interference and political direction from the director's office, but not the kind of institutional interference that we're seeing from the White House right now. I'm going to ask you, has anyone from the White House contacted you about personnel decisions?
I completely disagree with your entire premise that I have lied or am misleading the FBI. If I were, the results that I announced today by the men and women of the FBI and the historic records we are doing to keep this country safe would not be possible. The men and women of the FBI are responding to our leadership and this administration's priorities. The only way people get terminated at the FBI is if they fail to meet the muster of the job and their duties, and that is where I will leave it. And you accusing me of lying is something I don't take lightly, but I'm not going to get into a tit for tat with you.
Well, let me just ask you to answer my question. Has anyone from the White House contacted you about personnel decisions?
Generally speaking, we always discuss with the White House, OMB, during the budget process, how many personnel we need, who we need where.
Answer is yes.
For budgetary purposes and
to fire people, agents, because they participated in investigations of the president?
I don't receive directions to do that.
Has anyone
I make the
suggested
decisions.
it? Has anyone asked you to do it? The best information is, yes, you've taken suggestions and direction from the White House in firing qualified agents.
Any termination at the FBI was a decision that I made based on the evidence that I have as a director of the FBI, and it's my job, and I'm not going to shy away from it. And as you stated, those are allegations, and that is an ongoing litigation. So they'll have their day in court, so will we.
The allegations are not just in that lawsuit, Director Patel, and I think your testimony confirms that, in fact, you've taken direction from the White House.
I don't.
In those
it does not.
retaliatory firings.
It literally does
because
not.
you've acknowledged that In fact, they have been in contact with you about personnel decisions.
The
Let me-
White
let me
House
move
has
on.
been, do not put words in my mouth, we're on the record. The White House, like any administration, contacts its agencies on the budgeting process and where it needs personnel and where the mission priorities are. That always happens. If they didn't do that, they would be abdicating the responsibility to law enforcement. I will always work with my partners in the chain of command at the Department of Justice and the White House to ensure that this FBI is delivering the results we are delivering, to include the lowest murder rate in modern U.S. history, to include the most fentanyl seizures in modern U.S. history, to include the most lives saved and the most children found in modern
ask
U.S.
you,
history. That is a working FBI. That is not a failing FBI.
Recognize Senator Blumenthal for his opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Dr. Brazel, and thank you for your service to our nation in uniform and as a military spouse, and to your husband as well, whom we discussed when you came to visit me. Thank you for that visit. You know, the VBA's core mission to provide world-class service and benefits to our nation is something they deserve and need, and it can't be accomplished without sufficient resources, both in money and in staff. The Trump administration inherited a VBA that was providing more benefits to more veterans than ever before, partly as a result of the PAC Act, which Senator Moran and I and others on this committee championed. For the past 8 months, we've seen, in effect, the workforce drastically cut through hiring freezes and demoralizing initiatives like forced overtime, an end to collective bargaining for the vast majority of the Veterans Administration workforce. Higher level reviews are veterans asking the VA to take a second look at their claim because the claims processor missed something or made an incorrect decision. Those reviews have increased by 21%. I'm going to put my full statement in the record, but let me just say that the mass exodus at VBA, about 50% of the VA's regional office directors have opted to leave federal service rather than implement the collective bargaining busting practices and policies, are in effect undermining the ability of the VA to perform these essential functions. And it's not just the regional directors. More than 1,000 claims processors have opted to leave instead of dealing with unreasonable commutes to unsuitable workstations or forced overtime. You have been a part of this administration. You've been a part of the policies and practices that have undermined the VA's ability to deliver health care and benefits. And many of these canceled contracts were directly under your purview. I know you have said you weren't directly involved, but I'm going to want to know exactly how you were involved in what has been done already by the VA. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blumenthal.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just so the American people understand, this issue of weaponization of justice goes to the core of the integrity of our criminal justice system. And I think we can all agree that no individual, no group should be targeted simply because they are a political opponent or because the President of the United States has some personal animosity toward them. You've just said that President Trump is the most transparent president in history, tragically and chillingly. You may be right when it comes to criminal justice, because far from ending weaponization of justice, I would submit, Madam Attorney General, that President Trump has embodied it. And we have a record. It is a public record of his express instructions that certain individuals be investigated. The Attorney General of New York, Tish James, my colleague Adam Schiff, the former CISA director, Chris Krebs, the DHS former Chief of Staff, Miles Taylor. There's a list. And he has been transparent. In fact, 5 days before the indictment of James Comey, he put this post up as instructions to you. He didn't mince words. He was very open and public that you should indict James Comey and others because they are guilty as hell. No more delay now. 5 days before you indicted, or grand jury at your instructions indicted James Comey. I'd like to know from you what conversations you've had with President Trump about the indictment of James Comey.
Senator, I am not going to discuss any conversations I have or have not had with the President of the United
you see
States.
that
You're an
post?
attorney, you have a law degree, and you know that I'm not going to do that. I also find it fascinating, because I'll keep fighting to ensure that law enforcement and the judicial process move forward without political interference. No one is above the law, not even the president. That's a quote from you, Senator Blumenthal, in 2017.
Well, let me ask you then, when you saw that
No
post,
one is above the law. That was your quote.
When you saw that post, did you talk to anybody in the White House?
I am not going to discuss any conversations I have, nor any investigations,
So
nor
you were unwilling
any
to tell
pending
this committee
cases.
about conversations with the White House
And if I
regarding
may
James
continue,
Comey's indictment.
and if I may
Let me
continue,
show you a picture.
James Comey was indicted by one of the most liberal grand juries in the United States.
The night before James Comey's indictment, you had dinner with the President of the United States. Pretty intimate group.
Actually, there were a lot of people there that night. That's a great
James
picture.
Comey discussed at that dinner?
I love that picture. That's a great picture. And there were a lot of people there that night. I think the
Well-
entire cabinet was there.
Did you discuss James Comey with the President of the United States? He was sitting just to your left.
Well, 2 seats down, yes. 2 seats down. And I am not going to discuss any
I'm going to take
conversations
that
I've
as
had
a
or
yes,
not have with the
because
President
the
of the
American
United
public
States.
is entitled to know, Madam Attorney General.
The entire cabinet was at that
whether
dinner,
you
too,
took instructions from President Trump after he told you very directly to indict James Comey, which is weaponization of the Department of Justice.
Oh,
You
well,
know,
well, well,
I want to agree with my colleague, Senator Hawley, that weaponization of our justice system must end. That's the reason that I propose legislation, and I challenge him and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to join me in legislation that would create a statutory right of action for people who are selectively or maliciously prosecuted for political reasons. It would codify your manual, the Department of Justice manual, on political prohibitions against political considerations in charging decisions, and prohibit the White House from intervening, President Trump and any other president from intervening in charging decisions. It would make reforms to the grand jury process. You've just said this grand jury was liberal. We should reform the grand jury process to ensure that the government is not abusing its power and authority, and it will require transparency and accountability reforms at DOJ so that you will and other attorneys general be held accountable for these kinds of decisions. Will you join me in supporting that kind of reform?
Senator Blumenthal, I find it so interesting that you didn't bring any of this up during President Biden's administration when he was doing everything to protect Hunter Biden, his son. And I think you just saw what Director Radcliffe just released.
You know, this is an effort to be positive.
If I can finish
and
answering the question, I'm not
Madam
going to
Attorney
yell
General.
over you. I'm not going to get in the gutter with you. But information that the Biden administration told them not to investigate Hunter Biden's involvement with Ukraine. I'm not going to be lectured to you about integrity
another topic,
by
and I'm hoping
someone
that you will review
who
these
lied about
legislative
being in the military just
and
to be
support
elected
them.
a senator.
The merger between Hewlett-Packard Enterprises and Juniper Network was settled. You authorized the settlement. It was the subject of a lawsuit to block it. The settlement produced virtually no concessions from Hewlett-Packard. It was a settlement that prompted criticism from the Antitrust Division. Did you authorize that settlement yourself?
As I stated earlier, Gail Slater is doing an incredible job running the antitrust unit. And as I stated earlier, that is still a pending matter. As
Well,
you should know
then
with a law
fired,
degree,
did you not,
that all
two-
mergers, if I can finish answering the question.
I'm going to,
If I
with
could
apologies,
finish. No, I'm
interrupt
answering
you
the question.
because my time is
No,
limited.
well then don't ask me a question. So,
Let me just ask you,
as
did
I
you,
said, you have a law degree. You know that not only are mergers agreed upon, but they have to go to a court of law to be approved. It's a multi-step process. And as I said earlier, that is still pending. And I have full faith in Gail Slater.
and Ms. Slater reportedly objected to the settlement.
Reportedly,
And moreover,
moreover.
two of her top officials were fired, Roger Alford and Bill Sinner. Did you authorize and direct those firings after they objected to the settlement?
I am not going to discuss personnel matters or pending litigation in my office.
Let me ask you about another merger. The merger involving two home health care agencies on favorable terms, likely to drive up costs for millions of America. The Transportation Department's rule to provide compensation to travelers impacted by airline-caused flight delays, which was canceled. The merger of Skydance and Paramount, after Paramount's ownership took a number of steps favorable to the president. These kinds of mergers belie the claims that President Trump himself has made, that this administration will stop big corporate mergers that ultimately benefit the owners of those corporations rather than consumers or ordinary, everyday Americans.
Senator,
and let me ask you
boy,
about
you just listed, you just gave a list of many mergers.
I have a question
Can you talk to me about the issue with these mergers?
I do have a question. In the merger that took place,
which
that was
merger? You've
approved
listed many.
Involving American Express GBT. I understand that Brian Ballard, longtime backer and head of the law firm where you worked, was instrumental in lobbying the Justice Department to drop that lawsuit. It was dismissed, so it's not subject to a court review. What conversations did you have with Mr. Ballard?
Senator Blumenthal, I cannot believe that you would accuse me of impropriety when you lied about your military service.
I am
you
not
lied.
asking
You
you.
admitted you
I am
lied
not
to be
accusing you
elected
of
a U.S. senator.
impropriety.
You
I'm asking
lied.
you
How
about
dare you? I'm a
conversations
career prosecutor.
with Mr.
Don't you
Ballard,
ever challenge my integrity.
had
I have
apparently-
abided by every ethics standard. Do not question my ability to be fair and impartial as Attorney General, and anything
You'll
with
answer that
my
question to
former
another of my
firm,
colleagues.
Ballard Partners.
Thank you.
Senator Lee has asked for the chair.
Yeah, just wanted to note for the record, the Paramount merger that he referenced was not within the Department of Justice's ambit. That was at the FCC, not the Department of Justice. Attorney General Bondi would have had nothing to do with that. Thanks.
And that was why I asked Senator Lee.
Problems, but forcing Americans who rely on the ACA to pay more, especially in this economy, will not help. And the American people said loud and clear on Tuesday that affordability is front and center on their minds. The affordability of rent and food and electricity and, yes, health care. and health care coverage. Millions of Americans have no other option than the ACA, and they can obtain coverage only through the ACA. One of them is Sarah Colon. She lives in Clearwater, Florida, and I want to tell you a little bit about her story. We're going to play a video.
You are running out of time. How much longer is this going to go?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think
Hi, my name is Sarah Colon. I live in Clearwater, Florida with my husband. We have a blended family of 6 kids. Our oldest is 24 and expecting a baby this month. The other 5 children live with us. Jordan, our second oldest, has muscular dystrophy and is permanently physically disabled in a wheelchair. Our other 2 college-age kids are in college, and our youngest are 9 and 11, and these 4 are all on our health insurance. We have health insurance through the healthcare marketplace. We got it a couple of years ago when my husband was no longer eligible for health insurance through his employer due to needing to take a little bit of extra time to take care of Jordan, who's in a wheelchair and needs extra help. The marketplace was really the only option for us. For middle-class Americans who don't have private health insurance through their employer and don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, there isn't another option. So we did apply through the marketplace and we got health insurance. It's not cheap. The only thing that makes it even remotely possible is the tax credits that we get that help defray some of the cost of the insurance. We found out this month that our health insurance costs are going to skyrocket to about $3,700 a month without these tax credits, and that's just completely impossible for our family to afford. Our house flooded last year during Hurricane Helene. We had to evacuate Jordan in a canoe. We just got back in our house in March, and we've just got through a tremendous amount of renovations, a huge expense, and we're not really in a position where we can move because our house is set up for Jordan. We have a handicap accessible bathroom, we have widened doorways, his wheelchair can get around and it wouldn't be able to in another place. Between home insurance and flood insurance and healthcare, we would be looking at paying about half of our income just toward insurance. And this is completely unrealistic for a middle-class American family. My husband and I are hard workers. My husband voted for President Trump. We just want to have affordable healthcare for our family. It's really scary to think about dropping healthcare when you have 2 young kids. The little things that happen, they get broken bones, sprains, things like that. And my husband and I want to have access to routine healthcare to make sure that we don't miss any healthcare issues as we get older in our 40s and 50s.
If you want to cut me off,
I'm cutting you off right now.
You cannot muzzle.
I'm cutting you off right now.
Ranking member
I'm cutting you
under
off right
these
now.
rules.
I'm cutting you off right now.
You are stopping an opening statement just because you don't want to hear the facts. I think that's really regrettable.
You can continue your opening statement.
Fortunately, my Republican colleagues, I think, are willing to listen.
You can continue your opening statement, but let me make a.
So let me just conclude by saying.
Or you are going to
conclude.
conclude.
Right now,
that's good to hear.
Millions of Americans are wondering what is happening in Washington, D.C. And watching this hearing where the chairman is trying to muzzle a ranking member who's simply calling attention to the facts surrounding the ACA and the real-life stories of people like Sarah and Shayna Verstegen from Wisconsin indicates to me that we need to shine a light on what this effort is to repeal the ACA, and we need to stand strong in favor of affordable health insurance in the United States. Thank you to all of the people who have come forward, contacted me, who are here today to bear witness and be advocates in favor of affordable health care for people in the United States. I have more that I am going to say, but just let's be clear. Assessing the damage done by Obamacare, the name of this hearing, gives away the game plan. Republicans are refusing to extend enhanced tax credits because they hate the ACA more than they care about the pain that this move will inflict on families. Thank you.
So the ranking member has been incredibly disrespectful of these hearings. This is the fourth example of this. The rules allow for one witness from the minority unless they request an extra, and I've granted that request in the past. I had no idea that he was going to add another witness via video. After, I didn't really time it, but 8-9 minute opening statement, then adding another witness that he could have asked ahead of time. I probably would have granted the permission. He didn't do so. He probably had 3 or 4 more pages of his opening statement. He was going to filibuster for about 30 minutes. So that's what's happening here.
Well,
I wish I had
a half an hour more, but
well,
there's no way that I
Again, you are
did.
just being rude. As you've been rude as ranking member since I took over the chair. It's unfortunate. But I'd appreciate if you'd stop being rude, follow the norms of this committee, and if you want an extra witness, request it beforehand. And please, keep your opening statements to a reasonable length of time. I certainly extend that courtesy by keeping my comments reasonably short. I would like if the ranking member would do the same thing. It's unfortunate. But now we'll go ahead and swear in our witnesses if you all stand.